Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Big lineup today, everybody. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And joining us on the big screen today is the one and only Cem Karsan. He's the founder of Kai Volatility with some fresh crumbs for us today. Good morning, my brother. How you doing?
Good. Good to see you. Great to be here.
Great to see you. Yeah, glad to have you for the first half hour or so. We're going to get to some headlines, and we're going to be picking your brain all morning. Can't wait to catch some fresh crumbs from you. Shai, we'll begin with you. Overnight, some news out of Japan. Walk us through it.
Right. So the big news overnight was the U.S. struck a deal with Japan, averting the worst for the global economy. So essentially, Japan, there'll be 15% tariffs on Japanese imports, including automobiles, which was a big sigh of relief for the automobile industry because they were at 27.5%. So we did see Japanese automakers rally overnight on that. The deal also includes a $550 billion with a B fund to make investments in the U.S., with Japan agreeing to provide the funds to invest the projects in America. The source of this funding is not immediately available. Japan's also going to buy 100 Boeing aircraft and boost rice purchases, which is kind of a big deal for Japan because they actually do import rice from the U.S., but they kind of keep it hush-hush because their rice industry is very precious to them, but they will be buying more rice, as well as $8 billion in other agricultural products. Now, Trump did say that U.S. was going to form a LNG joint venture with Japan. However, a Japanese official said he wasn't not aware of such plans. But so big deal, surprisingly. So, so that's a big deal, and this is kind of the framework going forward. Is this going to be 15%, especially because the U.S. is still talking to the EU over the letter that we were going to impose 30% tariffs on them. And so everybody's kind of looking at this as this might be kind of the broad framework for some of these other bigger deals.
Yeah, he said 30%. Then he came back and said a 10 to 15% minimum. I remember seeing that. Yeah. So, all right, going across the board this morning, we got S&P futures up $24 roughly. Nasdaq's up 36. Russell's up 21. Russell's the leader this morning. So there's that. Yes. Dow's up a little over 200. Natural gas down 1% this morning. Again, oil, energy markets to continue to struggle to hold on to any rallies. Anything really new on that front, Shai?
Not really. I mean, one would think that, since we have averted it's worse for the global economy, you would see oil prices firm up, but that is not the case. And so I think, there's still that negative sentiment in the market that, somehow we're still headed for a global recession and tariffs are going to impede everybody.
All right, well, gold pretty much flat. Metals, we talked a lot about copper. Probably going to pick Jem's brain about copper. So silver, platinum. Silver is approaching $40. Platinum's off a little bit this morning. Bonds a little bit down 11 ticks on the 30-year. Short end is pretty much flat. 10-year this morning is 4.35%. Euro's a little weak against the dollar, kind of mixed against the dollar this morning. So really, again, equities come in, really is the story. Jem, we'll come to you. The summer of George, as you called it, appropriately, I might add. You've made some pretty good calls, I got to tell you. So let's start off this morning with the news coming off of Japan tariffs. I don't know if you had a chance to read anything about it. Just what are your thoughts coming in this morning?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a 15% higher tariff than we had before the administration started, right? So we have a lot of will they, won't they? How high will the tariff be? I think, that 15%, the 10 to 20% tariff range is where we're probably going to end up with most every country, right? So I think it is news. It is a resolution of potential higher numbers. But again, we talked about this actually in January or February. The Japan deal was always one of the first and easiest deals to make. If you go back, to the 1970s, 80s, when really the 1980s, when Japan kind of reached its peak, before its big kind of long multi-decade kind of crisis, stagflationary regime. If you look at that period, the U.S. is the one that helped them monetize their debt. You look at the 260% debt to equity, debt to GDP in Japan, and all of that is almost all of it's internal. The Japanese central bank has monetized all of it, and that's kind of where we're going, right? That's where the United States is going. We are going to have to monetize our debt. And so Japan and the U.S. have had this really tight relationship, particularly at the central bank level, going all the way back really to the end of World War II. So that there has been a lot of bluster. There has been a lot of kind of positioning and trying to get advantage here or there. But the reality is this deal was always going to happen, in my opinion.
Got it. And so, of course, I want to get into flows with you at some point. But before I get there, I kind of want to just like lay out the landscape. So we're landing in this 10 to 15%, like basically you're saying 10 to 20% area. Equities indexes back at all-time highs. We kind of joke about the Russell, how it's leader today. It's not really done much of anything. Just give us kind of your perspective of where we are just in this market environment, right? You talked about the summer of George. We've just got all these different things going on, and and I interpreting summer of George as if you think it's going to be, what is it, chicken salad on wheat, I'm going to do tuna salad on rye or whatever. And we've kind of had that back and forth. So it's like, where are we in terms of, is the market just accepted this is where we are in this 10 to 20%? So kind of no matter what happens, we're okay with it. And outside of that area, the market starts to get worried?
Look, I think in financial media, we often attribute way too much day to day, week to week, even month to month. I would argue even quarter to quarter movement in markets to macro headlines. It doesn't mean they don't matter. I want to be clear. They do matter in the long run. In the long run, the market's a weighing machine, as I've talked about. In the short term, it is a voting machine, in the words of Benjamin Graham. In the short term, it's flows. It is buyers versus sellers. Are there more buyers or are there more sellers? And so what's happening the last 3 to 6 months, 3 months really, has been not greatly affected by the actual macro. Particularly during the summers, increasingly positioning is everything. And why is positioning by institutions and entities the most important thing? Well, that is supply or demand and weight. So if institutions are short and there's no other volume out there, and there's pressure that is structural that buys, guess what? We're going to go higher. So the summer of George, what is the summer of George and why does it matter? Those are the flows that I'm talking about. When you go into the summer, particularly the last several summers, you have a dramatic decrease in volume. We've introduced the Juneteenth holiday between Memorial Day and the 4th of July, increasingly in the US and always in Europe. There are very few people at the desk during this time for good reason. It tends to be a period of low volume and hard to kind of move positioning. At that same time, we've had a dramatic increase in the last 3 years of hedge fund positioning, hedge fund assets. We've gone from $2.6 trillion to almost $4 trillion of hedge fund assets in the last 2.5 years. At the same time, we've seen a $500 billion annual issuance of structured products go to $1.5 trillion. So we've seen these dramatic increases in several parts of the market, which has really come because of higher interest rates and a higher set of risks to the long-term outlook for a 60-40 portfolio. So institutions, entities are moving logically towards other more non-correlated investments, again, that are themselves improving in their outcomes because of higher interest rates. And as that happens, that does a couple of really interesting and meaningful things to markets. In the summer, when volume drops, you have an overwhelming amount of structured product issuance that keeps on going, that compresses implied volatility, that creates vol compression. The banks who are the net owners of that implied volatility that gets sold through structured products then have to lay it off on the market through options and other similar structures. And that continues to compress implied volatility. Implied volatility has a feedback loop that then compresses realized volatility, because if dealers and banks someone has to warehouse that lower implied volatility. When the market goes down, they have to buy, and the market goes up, they have to sell. So that vol compression, which is really core to the summer of George, this idea that the market, not much is going on. The actual compression of vol is going to continue to pin the market. But to be clear, that pinning happens primarily at the S&P 500 level, at the index level. And so what that does drive as well, and this isn't a concept that those who follow me understand, but it's one that is just really being introduced to the broad public, is the more that the options positions in the market compress volatility at the index level. This is counterintuitive. The more the constituents, the actual 500 names of the S&P 500, actually have to move away from each other. It breaks down structurally correlation in the market. Why does it break down correlation? Because at the same time that the index is pinned, you have names that are still experiencing idiosyncratic risk. So you have names that are like NVIDIA that might move on some chip news, or you might have like last night, chip names that have to move in a certain direction. So at the, like Texas Instruments, those names will have to move, but if the index is pinned, things have to move the opposite direction. So that correlation breakdown or dispersion drives a rotation this summer and can cause major rotations. Momentum versus value. If you go take a look at that, we've had a major rotation in the last month and a half. That's exactly the same rotation that we saw last summer. Go take a look at it. It is not a coincidence that that's happening. It's also not a coincidence that chip names are starting to decline. There's a 99% percentile ownership in the last 5 years by hedge funds. Currently, they're in the 99th percentile in the last 5 years. I apologize for chip names. Well, what do you think is going to happen in a slow market with nothing else going on and things being forced away from each other? The positioning at long short equity hedge funds is going to go in the opposite direction for those entities. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So this is a pain trade, is another way to say it. Positioning is if institutions are short certain stocks and nothing's going on and things are being forced away from each other, the most likely outcome is for those shorts to go higher. And if they're long things, the most likely thing is for those longs to go lower in an environment where there's very little other volume. And that's what we're seeing. We've seen the culmination of a structured product issuance, long short equity, hedge fund sizes, those positionings ultimately coming together in a very low volume, and these Vaughn and Charm flows I talk so much about, the more there's vol compression just ticks, and every day supportive underneath the market as well. So that's what's happening currently. It is the summer of George paired with a hedge fund positioning, which has grown, in particular in the long short equity space. That's really driving a lot of what we're seeing in the rotations underneath the market right now.
Yeah, thank you so much for explaining that. And I've heard you talk about this because I watch pretty much everything that you do, and I love your new podcast, by the way, which is fantastic.
Thank you.
I want to get to Shy, but one thing I want to say real quick is that I see a lot of people talking about what's happening on the internals, the breadth and stuff like that. Is that why we're seeing that? Is that why we're seeing like all these people talk about, oh, the market's really not healthy here, or they're seeing all these things? Is that really related to the summer of George?
I think it is in a lot of ways. The Russell's performance, which again, you'll remember last summer, the same exact thing happened. Again, go take a look at last summer, lay it over this summer. It's not a coincidence that they look very similar. The Russell performance is really, to a great extent, what I'd call a trash dash, right? A lot of that value small cap has gotten hurt because of the recessionary fears, which are warranted. A lot of the ultimately the things that are flying there are hedge fund short. So things that if you think about why are those things, why are they short? They're short because there's a structural issue. If interest rates stay here and go higher, a lot of those names can't refinance and continue to operate. There's a lot of zombie companies in those names. That said, meanwhile, they've been very long of kind of Mag 7 and a lot of the names that have great fundamentals and great cash flow going forward and don't have some of those refinancing issues or structural problems tied to rising interest rates, et cetera. So the trends that have worked all of a sudden start going the opposite way. And again, that is much more a function of rotation and hedge fund positioning. Now, if you look at the actual, the move though, if the Russell outperforms, let's say Mag 7, that is going to expand breadth. Excuse me. That is what's happening. If you start to see small caps and other parts of the market other than Mag 7, right, outperform, that shows up as strong breadth. And so I do not think that is I think that is a false indicator in this regime, and given the way things work, and a lot of the breadth indicators that people point to historically, I think are particularly flawed in this regime, and given the way markets work.
Yeah, thanks for that.
And how important, we've had this discussion with other people, how important do you think that the Russell is to the overall markets? Because there seems to be some people that think that it doesn't really matter anymore. It's not indicative of anything. And some say the opposite. So I kind of wanted to get your opinion on, the importance of the Russell at this point.
Yeah, I think it's, I'm not going to sit here and say it's not important. It's, it is the small cap kind of broader, small businesses. That said, it is not, to your point, the majority of what is driving earnings and economic growth broadly in the U.S. I do think that it is a secondary kind of satellite index. And again, a lot of that positioning that you're seeing is simply speculative. During these summers, as well as seeing these types of rotations, you tend to see, and this is what we saw last summer, as well as this summer, what I'd call the running of the memes. You see a lot of retail names, again, that think GameStop, that really don't have a fundamental story behind them, that are just, really names that are speculative and a function of squeezing positioning, et cetera. And so those types of names, again, are in fits and spurts doing really well this summer. That's what I would expect. Again, those are hedge fund shorts, like I mentioned, squeezing. And ultimately, if you might imagine, you have a dramatic increase of long short positioning and there's nothing going on, and then losses, and these hedge funds are held to pretty tight restrictions in terms of performance. The more they delever, the more that forces things away from each other, right? And then again, in the Russell, that's what we're seeing. Last summer there was a lot of big headlines about Druckenmiller going out and buying a bunch of calls in the Russell, which then led to a 10 to 15% outperformance within weeks of the Russell. We saw something similar again this summer. Those trades are working because they see, entities like Druckenmiller see the positioning issues and see the reality of a likely potential squeeze that they could help push with calls and get leverage. And so we're seeing those similar things going on in terms of call activity in the Russell, and particularly did early this summer as well.
I want to talk about gold a little bit with you. A lot of people have come on and talk about how really the story this year, right now, I should say, is the weakness in dollar is what's adding the bid to equities, is what's adding a bid to gold. People coming out of dollars, and you see the same thing, with crypto, right? Crypto's got this late bid. I think also that's part of the administration just being very pro-crypto. What are your thoughts on the weak dollar really being a big story right now and how that's driving things? And overall, what's your thought on precious metals, and maybe touch on crypto?
Yeah, so markets are a voting machine in the short term, meaning any period less than, let's say, 2, 3, 4 years even. It's a matter of who's buying and who's selling and what's the liquidity to do, on balance. And the reality is that gold and Bitcoin have relative to the size of the market, right? 60, the 60 and the 40, the stocks and the bonds, have limited liquidity. There is, as I mentioned, with both the drive towards greater hedge fund assets, greater structured products, you have a world that has essentially 99% of the world who is invested in a 60-40 general model, meaning 60% stocks, 40% bonds. And that's because it's worked for the last 40 years. That has been the U.S. central bank has created a put and driven supply side economics that's driven a kind of a flywheel to low inflationary growth. The cost of that has been inequality. And the thought is if you didn't have human beings in the system, that's what you would do. It's free market economics on steroids. But that 60-40 outperformance, which is dramatic relative to the 90 years before, the last, let's say, 40 years or any period really in history otherwise, and driven by declining interest rates, that reality is now coming unpinned as interest rates go higher. And that's a function of the inequality that was driven during that 40 years, really now politically becoming unpalatable, and the populism and protectionism and everything we've talked about coming to light. So as that happens and interest rates work their way higher, 60-40 becomes a problem. And when you have 99% of the world in a 60-40 stocks and bonds, in that I include private equity and private credit and real estate and all the things that are essentially equity and credit, all of that becomes much more vulnerable on a risk-adjusted basis, becomes much less appealing. And as 99% of the world tries to now shift to the other 1%, and it's incremental, that 1%'s maybe gone to 3% or 4%, right? In the last 5 years, as that happens, the amount of liquidity that's available in that other 3, 4, 5% is just not there. And these assets are getting, relatively parabolic. It's not just gold and Bitcoin, but they are primary beneficiaries of this for sure. It is also, like I said, hedge fund assets, structured products, all non-correlated investment. We are seeing a massive bull cycle, and we'll continue to in all of those things.
Do you see any inherent risk at this point in the markets? Everybody's, we just have this endless grind higher. Is there any risk to these flows whatsoever that we might see a pullback at some point?
No risks. There's never risks. No, of course. The period that we are in is a particularly placid environment. I would like to highlight last summer, which again, in many ways was very similar in terms of positioning. And this rhymes again with many other summers. It is not a coincidence. People are always like, why is September always the riskiest month of the year? It's because you come out of the summer and you come out of vol compression period, which are flows-based, structural, low liquidity. And then all of a sudden, starting in August, everybody starts coming back, particularly around the middle of August. And at that time, the volume increases, a lot of this compression and the massive rotations we see now start to unwind the other way. And so if you take implied volatility and realized volatility down and pin it to the floor for a little bit, but then all of a sudden there's this potential energy, and then all of a sudden you let go, guess what? It just pops up, right? And what happened last year? Well, starting at July OPEX, actually VIXpiration to the day, we actually came out that VIXpiration and said, time to get your hedge now. Vol has reached its nadir. And sure enough, the market started to decline there. And then again, early August, as you know, that then fed on, after a little bit of a short bounce, fed on itself, and the yen dollar carry trade imploded. And we ended up getting a 10% decline in very, very short period, which was kind of a vol event last summer. That is kind of what tends to happen. Sometimes it's in August, sometimes it's in September. But broadly, as you come out of the summer, implied vol and that pinning effect tends to get more balanced out. And a lot of the squeezes that are happening and forcing everything away from each other, this pain trade starts to unwind, and a lot of kind of these bigger declines happen. So from a flows basis, again, I'm not talking macro right now. There's plenty of macro risks that I think we know about. They just keep coming and going, and we just kind of ignore them because we're in the summer, George, and the supply demand vol compression. But as the market becomes more unpinned, then markets can move and react, and they can actually kind of catch up to the realities that might be happening on a macro basis otherwise. So from a flow basis, yes, I think particularly as we enter August, you start to really see a lot of potential energy. The summer of George ends, right? This compression and everything that we're seeing ends, and you can see a kind of reversion to the mean, if you will. And that can happen pretty quickly. I'd highlight, this is day 63, I believe, that we have closed above the 20-day moving average in the S&P 500. The longest, in the last 25 years, the longest we've seen up until this stretch here is a 57-day. That's 63 consecutive trading days, 3 months, right? That we have seen a consistent close above basically a 1 month moving average of the S&P. That is incredibly consistent. That is incredibly. I think that's the actual visual representation of what a summer of George looks like. And again, one that in particular that is stronger than ever, given hedge fund shorts in the position. Last summer, at least hedge funds were not net short. This year, they definitely got caught net short, while they're also being hurt on the rotation. So that this doesn't, as tends to happen in the summer of George, right? That if you think about that Seinfeld episode, it doesn't end well, right? It's a summer where George is supposed to kind of kick back and kind of enjoy the summer and do nothing, absolutely nothing. And he ends up with his legs atrophied and going to the hospital. So that's kind of the big idea. Ultimately, it is a very slow summer of vol compression, steady supportive flows that ultimately does unwind at the end of the summer.
We've only got you for a few minutes left, and I've got 2 questions for you. Hopefully we can get them in. First is, got to get your thoughts on President Trump, Jerome Powell. How do you see this panning out?
Yeah. So again, I think it's so easy to get caught in the narrative machine. And, Trump and the administration would like that to be the case. And it's not a Trump thing. It's a politician thing, to be clear. The power of the bully pulpit, similar to the Federal Reserve's powers to project out policy in the future, are their most powerful kind of their greatest strengths. They're able to project policy and move markets by kind of projecting and trying to convince markets that they're doing X or Y or Z. I'm of the view that there was never, I want to reiterate, never a true interest in kicking Powell out before his term is over. Now, I guess I shouldn't say interest. I'm sure they'd be interested to do it if they could, and if it would have the results that they would like. But the reality is, if you were to kick out Powell, there are several problems. One, there are the legal issues, but if you can claim cause and actually get him out, there's still 11 governors that are voting. It is not like by putting dissent in, all of a sudden you get to control policy. I'm pretty sure those 11 governors will not be happy if Powell gets just kicked out. They've been working directly with him, and they're at least in terms in independent agency. So if you want to achieve your goals of interest rates, kicking out Jerome Powell and then putting in Bissett all of a sudden is not going to achieve your goals. It's actually could be very counterproductive. Why does Trump keep talking about kicking out Powell and taking control? Because the fear to market participants, what he's saying there is, hey, don't try it. We'll create a massive flood of liquidity to this market to support it at any moment. When the reality is they can't do it at any moment. They can do it. They have a higher probability of being able to do that starting in June. But again, I'd be clear, even in June, they're going to be significant dissension, and it's going to be difficult and they need to have a reason. The truth of the matter is they don't have a reason right now to cut interest rates, other than, hey, we'd like to run a hotter economy. That will be inflationary. Again, we've seen this before with Arthur Burns in 1970. Nixon kicked out Wayne William McChesney Martin, who was the 15-year Federal Reserve chairman, and put in his friend Arthur Burns. And the rest is well-known history. Arthur Burns dramatically stimulated in 1970 and 71. And that led to a massive inflationary loop. If you take real interest rates negative at the long end of the curve, we can just the first order thing everybody thinks about is, well, that's great. Our debt payments are less. Awesome. The problem, and yes, it stimulates the economy. Great. Then why wouldn't we do it? Why hasn't everybody else done it? Why is the Federal Reserve worried about doing that in inflation? Well, pretty straightforward. If you do that, if you take real rates negative, what do you think is going to happen if inflation is 4% and you take interest rates to 3%? Any institution, anybody with half a brain, is going to borrow the money at 3% and buy anything pinned down that's going to appreciate 4% and leverage it, and that ultimately leads to a massive inflationary spike. It also pulls forward demand. The way you get into an inflationary loop is ultimately taking real long-term rates negative. And if they really do that, that's a major problem for structural inflation and long-term rates in the long run. And that's what the long end of the curve is sniffing out. That's why they can't control the long end of the curve. I mean, they can in terms of supply and demand for the short term, they can crank it down and take it negative, but ultimately break-evens would explode higher, and that would cause a big problem at the long end of the curve.
Yeah, spot on. We're out of time, but I can't leave without asking you if you have any dates coming up that you're looking at. If anyone doesn't know, Cem has probably the most viral and spot on date call in the history of FinX, whatever you want to call it. If you haven't seen it, go look it up. It was pretty incredible. I mean, I have to say, I remember looking at that morning and being like, this dude's, I'm like, what is that? So, Cem, anything coming up that you're looking at? Maybe any specific dates, and we don't even, maybe if not a date, but weeks that you think some things could happen in the market.
It's not magic. I want to be clear. We're not, and the predictions when they happen are not a function of up or down, right? What you can do relatively well if you understand how the machine works and the flows work is model distributions with high probability bets. That is something that's doable, but predicting on any day or whatnot, up, down, is not how this works. I just want to be very clear. And this is obviously not financial advice. That said, I will, I think, as I mentioned, as we get into these post-expiration periods, these windows of non-strength or weakness, there's vulnerability. This is one of many pressures. In the system, these Vonage arm flows, these supportive flows that come from the decay of skew in the indexes is very supportive into expiration. Out of expiration, those flows no longer are there for a while, or they're very low. So both this call it 2-week period till early August is a kind of risky period. It does not mean we're going to have a volatility event, and that vol is going to massively expand. Actually, vol is very well supplied still. Any initial decline would likely be very slow. But I think outside of the macro kind of squeezes that we're seeing driven by these things generally in this period, I would be very cautious. Again, not for a vol event. That doesn't mean go buy puts and play for a last August type event. It means that the supportive flows that have driven this market higher are diminishing during this period. And as we move through the calendar to August, I would be increasingly hesitant. I think long-term vol has hit its low. I'll say it right now. This is a good time to go buy long-dated calls and get shorter stock for what I think will be a likely pullback. As I mentioned, we're 62 days in to a close above the 20-day moving average. We are up near the 1.5 standard deviation up in a Bollinger Band above that. You're very likely to see somewhere around -1 to -1.5 in that 20-day at some point this month. And when that happens, the first move will likely be low vol. Everybody will start to buy the dip. But remember, the fuel of this rally to a great extent has been vol compression, A, and B, short interest from hedge funds. What do you think happens when we move down to that 1 standard deviation down or 1.5 standard deviation down? When that inevitably happens, those institutions will start to take down those shorts. Retail will be buying the dip, but now the supply and demand kind of rebalances. And if vol is no longer as compressed into that move, then you can unpin the market and start to get the more structural mean reversion. So I'd be looking very carefully here in the next week or so for the decline to start. If it does not, I want to be clear, then the probabilities move back to after August OPEX to the next cycle, and I really think those are the windows you really need to be watchful for something here. And then once that move happens, you really want to watch kind of how positioning changes at the institutional and retail level. And again, I'm not going to give you exact dates right now, but think exactly post OPEX in August, maybe even expiration in August. And again, right now we're sitting at a very important moment going into this Friday. I would also be very, very watchful of this Friday into next week, given the Fed meeting on the 31st and August 1st being the critical tariff date.
And we'll end there.
Great.
Cem Karsan, founder of Kai Volatility. You're the best, Cem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can't thank you enough for your time today. Wish you all the best, my brother. Have a wonderful rest of your summer. Thank you again for
Appreciate it,
joining us.
guys. Enjoy the rest of your summer, George. Take care.
All right, Shai. We ran into Jimmy's time, so we'll keep it real quick. I mean, those of you that are new to following Cem and what he's doing, make sure you go and follow him on X. We will put that link in there. He's one of the best in understanding.
Absolutely.
I mean, the pipes, they talk about what's happening behind the market. I mean, dude's fantastic. So
Absolutely.
we'll talk more about this, you and I, later this week.
Perfect.
It's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge Report with Jim Cagnina, and then we got TTrades. So take it away, Jimmy.
Good morning, everybody. Let's start with the E-mini S&P right now. This is a daily chart, and we just keep driving higher right now. I have a 63.74 kind of earmark. That was that high wick from a couple sessions ago. We touched it again today, and it looks like we may be driving over it right now. All signs are bullish right now on the daily chart. Intraday, we do have some actual areas of interest. We have that R2 and JAX2 level from Mentor Q right at that 63.75. Above that, JAX4 at 63.90, and then above that, that one-day max approximately 6,400. Those are targets for the bulls. For the bears, we have that 0 DTE gamma wall and call resistance, and that's at 63.50. Below, oh, there's a PAX number right there, 63.42. And then we have that high vol level and that pivot point at 63.40. Below that, S1 is trailing behind here at 63.26. So that's the E-mini S&P today. Point of control is pretty high up on the screen right here, suggesting buyers are still in control as we're still trading above that London initial balance. Let's shoot over the Japanese yen, though, because we've been talking about this morning, and we had a lot of activity last night, and there's a lot of happiness on the tariff front, I think. This is a daily chart, and this shaded area at the bottom represents a double bottom, and we hit it perfectly, right? We tagged it back down here on May 12th, did it again recently, the last several sessions, and now we're kind of driving back up here. I have a retracement from this high target wick that we saw at the beginning of July all the way to the lows. We're right at that 38.1% retracement right now. We'll see if we get continuation buying after the previous two sessions. Pretty decent green candles here on Mr. Yen. I would put a longer term target right up here at that 50 EMA, which is 68.8. There's a lot of zeros here. 68.9 intraday. There's also some targets here as well. On the upside here, I'd be looking at this JAX1 level, and that's at 69 even. And on the bottom side of the equation here, we have a JAX3 level down here at 68.25, and then a one-day min slightly below that. So the yen is on the move. We'll see if it continues or not. Let's shoot over to the other, the silver market. The silver market's been really, we talked about this a lot recently, but look at this guy go. I mean, we just get buyers pushing us back up. We're almost to that psychological 40 handle, as Deli mentioned earlier this morning. Just not there yet, but we're trying to get there. All the moving averages are straight up. VWAP in the rearview mirror, forget about it. We have stochastics are really super strong as well. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Intraday, we do have some really nice targets here. Let's take a peek. We have that R1 level here, and that is at 39.91. We have a call resistance at 40, as we mentioned. Big number right there. We'll see if we could drive to it. And then R2 is above that, actually, at 60.16 Below, for the bears, if you're a bear in this market, well, we got a point of control relatively decent point of control at 39.66. Should this rally stall a little bit, and underneath that is Jax 4. Jax 1 is down to 39.50, and then the pivot's a little lower at 39.47. So silver market's looking pretty good so far. We'll see if we break out of today's range and get to that 40 level as well. Let's go to the 30-year Treasury bonds. I think this 30-year Treasury bonds is having a little bit of an identity crisis right now. So we're down a little bit on the day. We've had a nice rally off the bottom here, off my area of support, and that's approximately on a 111 handle, so 111.29, I'll call it. Nice kind of rally up, but look at those moving averages. They're all squeezed together pretty tight. There's not really a trend on them right now, which makes sense. We're kind of grinding sideways right now from a bigger picture point of view. We have another couple. I added 2 VWAPs here to my daily chart, and depending on how you measure, we're right between both of them right now. So there's a lot of price happiness, it seems like, in the 30-year bonds, or maybe price confusion, depending on your point of view. Cash yield this morning, last time I checked, was 4.929, and we have a nice upward sloping stochastics. If you're bearish, that's a good sign as well. But right now, it just seems like, well, we're kind of sideways bound here. If you look at an intraday chart, we also have some really nice targets right now. Point of control is a little higher right now at 113, 19, 30 seconds. We don't have that big of a range today. And we just traded south of that session VWAP right now. So sellers are trying to push us down a little bit further. The London initial balance was a nothing burger, a couple of ticks. It's way down here. We're approaching that level as well. But this is the biggest candle so far we've seen. This is a benchmark candle. Target, 1-day min. 113.04. Below that, high vol level at 113 even. Those were good mental Q targets. On the upside, we have that 0 DTE gamma wall up here at 114 even. A lot of nice even numbers on the radar screen. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Well, it's Deli and TTrades. We got the chat going this morning, my brother. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Let's get right into it. Everyone's been waiting for your pre-market prep. Dude, how about that gold trade last time, man? That thing was freaking spot on. You said, forget about the indexes today. Look at gold. Can't wait to see what you got for today.
Yeah, so taking a look, obviously, if you guys listened to last week or my strategy, I'm focused on those swing points. So I'm focused on when price forms a swing, and then I can trade the following day. So you can see when it sweeps the previous day's high, closes back in, I can look short. And then, if you're looking at it today, sweeps the previous day low, closes back in, I can look to trade this higher. Now, if we go into the hourly chart, you'll notice that ES here already took out its target, right? And so this is where we can throw up my indicator, and you'll see that, this is where it marks it out. I have that closure back inside. I have that change in the state of delivery, or the closure through these down close candles. And then, so if we're going to get a reversal off this target or retrace back into the range here where I'm looking back into this area, then I want to see which index is actually the weakest. And so if we're taking a look at the daily chart, that's not going to be YM. YM is ripping. But if you take a look at NQ, it's been hanging lower. So I'm more focused on looking at NQ to get a little bit of a retracement back into this range, just because I'm not looking too long after my target's already been hit. So I'm more favoring NQ back towards this daily open here. It's just a bit difficult because this is not very ideal price action. But if we go to the 30-minute, what I'd want to see here is we have this closure here. And then as long as we can get a closure below this, then I'd expect this high to remain as we look to trade lower here. So that's for the indices. As for gold, I'm also looking lower here. And the reason for that is gold has expanded quite a bit these past few days. So basically 3 days of expansion. And so I'm just looking for something to cool it off, right? So either a retracement or some sort of consolidation. And if we go into the hourly here, you can see it swept its previous day high. And then I'm just viewing that as the point of interest to form this reversal and then see it trade back towards its London lows. So there's not really a whole lot. We can go back to oil. I'm still looking for that same spot on oil on the daily chart back at these lows. There's really not a whole lot. There's some opportunity here, but just didn't get that expansion day. And you can see it's the same strategy over and over. where I sweep previous day high, close back in looking lower. So favoring downside on oil, favoring downside on gold, and then also on the indices, more so NQ favoring to the downside. But it's a bit difficult today, I would say.
Yeah, when I look at the markets today, I mean, gold, I was looking at gold earlier, and that was one of the things I was going to talk to you about. I was like, gold is finally near it's near that high from June 20th, of that weekly. I'm looking at that weekly high. That was like the highest weekly close back up in there. And so now we're getting near almost like where it's about to breaking out, and it gets a little interesting here in gold. And so you think today kind of mean reversion initially just because it tick that high and then comes back in? Do you look to buy or are you looking to short gold? I know you said you think it can go lower,
Yeah.
but what's more of the trade? Yeah.
So there's a few ways to look at it. I prefer to wait for the swing to form with the trend. So if we're just going to look at, gold previously, you'll notice once we have those large expansions, we either get some sort of retracement, reversal, or consolidation, right? So expand lower, we get this little retracement, then back lower. Oops. We have then 3 days up, we get this little retracement or reversal off previous day high. So really the ideal trade would actually be letting this pass and then looking for a previous day low sweep to then find an opportunity long back into these highs, right? But if we're just thinking in terms of the hourly price action right now, that's why it's more favorable for me to think short, just because we've expanded quite a bit. And after I get those 3 days of expansion, I'm not trying too long until I get a new swing point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So it's obvious, excuse me, it's the swing point. And so the risk here is relatively tight then to be short because you're wrong if it takes out that
Yeah.
high. Is that where you would put your stop?
Yeah, so there's a few ways to approach this. If I'm just trying to trade it intraday here on like the 30, then I would have to put my stop on these London highs, right? Which isn't really favorable risk to reward because I'm just looking for it to make a new low a day. So if I'm trying to short somewhere in here with my stop on this high, that's not even giving me, it's 1R. I prefer to look for 2R. Just so with that, I would have to then look a bit lower. So how I'd have to approach this is use a 30-minute swing or an hourly swing, and then go down to the lower time frame. So what that would look like is my model won't form here short because we don't get that closure through these series of down close candles, but it would be essentially looking for short opportunities in here, assuming if this high is going to remain. And then that allows me to have risk to reward towards those lows that is greater than 2.
Got it. One other thing I want to ask you is when you're going against the primary trend right now in gold is higher, are you adjusting position sizing? Are you doing anything differently or is every trade exactly the same no matter what?
So I tend to not adjust my position sizing just because then it just messes with stuff with, okay, now I need a higher win rate, or if it's a winner or a loser. I just prefer to adjust my targets. So if I was trading with the trend and, I have a reversal like this, I could see it expanding quite a bit lower, right? And you see that yesterday where, we have this reversal here. This is with the trend, we get a nice large expansion. So what I tend to do is if I'm trading counter trend, I'm not trying to get those objectives or targets that are way lower, right? I'm not going to try to target something down here. I'm just going to look for those short-term targets because if I am wrong or if price is going to reverse and it reverses off that low, that's where I want to be taking profit.
This is a key point, everybody, because when it comes to discretionary trading, there's a couple things that could happen when you're going with the trend or against the trend. Let's talk about against the trend. The trend in gold has been higher. So discretionary traders, I think, could do a couple things. One is you can adjust your position sizing if you're going against trend, which is typically what I will do. I'll just trade smaller against trend. So like recently I shorted the S&P, was a loser, but I just traded it smaller. I look at it and go, okay, I'm trying to short against this bull market. I take it smaller. The other thing you also can do is adjust your expectations of targets. And that's what basically you're doing, right, T?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, I'm expecting this to go lower here. That's what I've been talking about. I'm not expecting, if it does decide to just drop all the way through these lows, that's great, right? That can be extra. But my minimum expectations or kind of just my whole expectations would be just go take out these lows here.
And so the big thing to note is that when you're going with trend, you'll potentially look for more extension of the target. So you'll have a bigger range for potential versus when you're going against the trend, against the grain, sometimes I say, is you're just reducing that expectation. And when it gets at the first target, you're pretty much all out and you're not looking for too much. Is that essentially what the whole plan is?
Yeah, exactly. And the idea behind that is expansion days, or days that are very large range, are going to have small wicks, right? So small wicks and a large body. And so basically I'm anticipating those days to close near those highs. So that's when I can actually hold the trade for longer duration because I'm expecting it to go close near the highs. So if we go back to these previous days here, pull it up, you can see we get an expansion, it closes near the highs. Expansion closes near the highs. So that's like some Larry Williams type idea there.
Yep. Larry's the OG, man. I tell you, when I first came into this business, pretty much, I mean, you could take everybody that you've heard of on the internet. I wasn't really much on the internet when I first started. It's kind of a different day, but the first person I ever saw a video on ever was Larry Williams. He is like, I've had a pleasure of meeting with him and speaking with him many times over the years. Dude, he's awesome. He's still in his trading in his mid 80s.
Yeah.
Great guy. Let's go to other markets. Let's take a look at, I mean, we know we got your boy coming on here later. We got NASDAQ. Because we know Kane's going to be looking at NASI. So let's take a look at what you got here.
Kind of a similar thing here, as I was saying in the beginning, is ideally, right, it would be taking longs on ES today or YM, just because that's where the strength is. So just avoiding NASDAQ for longs. But if you notice, this is my first target there for ES, and it already took it out, and YM is already over those highs. So if these are going to retrace or reverse or have some sort of consolidation, then NQ could have some sort of reaction lower. So I'm not super biased here. I would just like to see, like I said in the beginning, NASDAQ to kind of drift lower back into the range, maybe towards the daily open, maybe toward those lows here.
And if it gets down there, is that looking for a buy?
No, not for me. And it's just trading those swing points, right? So it's just not a very clear buy for me, right? Because if I'm wanting to buy longs, and we'll use ES as an example, I want to be into some sort of point of interest or taking out lows. So you can see when we take out lows here we form this swing. That's when I can look to buy. Here we take out some lows, these previous days lows, form a swing, we can look to buy. NQ is just kind of at this range high up here. And then this isn't a very bullish reversal candle to me. This is still a bearish candle. So I would be looking for, if I'm trying to long in this area, if I anticipate these lows to hold, I'd ideally like another sweep to then form a swing point and then trade it long. So it's just not super interesting inside this range.
Yep, I see that. Any other markets you want to talk about? I know you were talking about silver for a while. I remember you and I were even messaging about it. Anything going on with silver? We're getting near $40. I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on it.
Yeah, it's just been strong, right? And so kind of the same idea, where if we are in a bullish trend, you're just looking for swing lows to trade higher, right? And not everyone will be that longer term low, right? You can see here we form a swing low. Does it get taken out? Yes, right? But if you focus on the ones that take out swing lows, so see this takes out a swing low, forms a swing low, that creates this longer term low. And then if you're just looking for swing lows in this trend higher, those are where those opportunities lie for me, right? So if you go to this recent price action, this is kind of the same thing I'm talking about with gold today, is we have that expansion higher. I'm not trying too long up in here. I want to let it consolidate or retrace and then forming that new swing low. So what occurred right here, that would be more ideal in gold, where we have that same kind of look where we form a swing low and then can trade it higher. But I'm not trying to trade after a large expansion. So for me, there's no opportunities.
Parabolic.
Yeah. And then what I was saying is there's no opportunities for me in silver here. And I can just show you why. I'm trying to trade those days after the swing point, right? So these green boxes, those are the areas I'm looking for. But once we take out this high, I'm not trying to long over those highs until we get a new swing point, because for me, this trend is getting exhausted.
Yep. Yeah, and it just, again, it's one of those markets where for me, when I look at metals markets, it's a little bit different than the indexes. Like you can fade them a little bit sometimes on the edges because indexes don't get parabolic. Excuse me, just unless you're trading Nasdaq. But all kidding aside, like these are the markets like silver, platinum. Like look what platinum did. I mean, very careful if you're trading these markets, everybody, and you try to go against the trend on them because they can just run, man. I mean, because you get into a physical delivery situation where if people want to buy silver, they don't even start not caring about the price. People just start chasing it. Like I said, indexes, all joking aside, they will rotate more. Maybe not so much this year, but majority of the time, still a lot of day traders can rotate against them. But you can get real parabolic moves on metals.
Yeah, definitely. But so if we go back to gold, you can see it approaching that low we were talking about in here, which is ideally where I'd like to see it. And then from there, I don't really know what is going on. That's where it's like I have to see the reaction from price. So for my trading, there's very specific moments where I can anticipate price. And if it's not doing what I want, then I just ignore it until it is doing what I want. What about crude
Yeah,
oil?
I mean, that's
We can
the
take
key.
a look. Crude oil, it's kind of the same thing. It's just not super interesting, but I'm looking lower into these lows. And this is just another example of, here we form a swing point I can trade off of, but we haven't formed another one yet. So unless I'm trading intraday off of anticipating the daily high forming, I just need something else to form a swing to then comfortably trade short off of that.
Crude oil's just been so sloppy, man. It's just been, you have the geopolitical moves higher, then it comes right back off of it, keeps coming back to this mid 65 point, which Shai has talked about is such a fundamental area because it's kind of interesting. I don't know how much you've caught of what we've talked about on the network, but like 65 is that price. If it stays 65 or higher, it's actually good for longer term for production to actually take prices lower. It's kind of an interesting thing. That's another thing when you get, and I know we're talking very technical here, but there's some fundamental reasons why crude continues to like kind of find bids in these areas just because in order for prices to be lower down the road, they need to make money now. It's kind of a unique market, but it's just been sloppy for day traders. Haven't seen a ton of people talk about it. One of the questions that came up in chat, I think that we answered that was MA asked, kind of like where you look for stops and like how your targets are. And that's really kind of how I brought up like that stop on that swing high in gold.
Yeah.
And
can go back
in
to gold.
general, T, is that how it looks?
Yeah. So if
or
I
just
want
go
to
to any
trade it,
market that you want to show a stop.
yeah. So I mean, we'll just go back to this 30-minute, or maybe 5 or 15. We'll do it on 5 here. So generally what I'm looking for is, we'll just go back. If I was trying to trade this lower on the 30-minute or the hour, right? Let me clean up my charts here real quick. I'm trying to find protected swings. So it's actually gold's not a good example of this, but really if price is trending, it should respect those opposing candles. So if price is trending lower, it should respect up close candles. So the way I view it here is if we go, I was on NASDAQ. Here, we'll talk on NASDAQ. All right, sorry for the confusion there. But if we're on the 30-minute here, all I'm looking for and for stop losses or protected swings, I have a video on this, is when we have price sweeping out another high, forming a point of interest, and then closing below the series of up close candles there, I'm considering that high protected. And then when we do it again, so you can see right here, we reach back into this area, close over, I'm considering that high protected, right? And then the same thing here, if we close below this level, I consider this high protected because that's how I've determined trend, so it should continue lower. Now, if we go back to gold here, why I was saying that I would need to refine it down is because once we close below here, right, that's when I consider this protected. But that's when we're already reaching towards this low. So it doesn't make sense to use this as a stop loss, right? If I'm short in here, all the way up here, because the risk to reward doesn't make sense. So then I would have to refine it down to a 30-minute chart and a 3-minute chart. And from there, I'm just looking for opposing candles because I'm anticipating if this is going to form a high, like I said earlier, and then this is going to trend lower, price should respect these up close candles in this downtrend, right? So you can see like that. So really all I'm looking for a stop is just an opposing candle in a trend. So if it's trending lower, I'm focused on those green candles. If it's trending higher, I'm focused on those black candles. So now we've hit that target on
Yeah.
gold, right? And so if we go here, we can look at it, right? If it's going to respect this trend, it's just going to respect all these green candles essentially. Like that's the easiest way to put it. I define it slightly differently, but for the sake of time, that's how I'd approach it.
Yeah, simple, straightforward. Let's take a look at ES as gold continues to just drop again.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at ES. What are you looking at there?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, it's ideally being long into today, into this high. However, most of the move happened in that overnight session. And so here, there's kind of two ways that it can occur. Right now, we haven't formed a reversal because it's the same thing here for a stop loss is if I'm assuming this high to be protected, I need price to close below those up close candles. So until we do so here on ES, the trend is still bullish for me, right? So this is still bullish for me. That's why I was saying if I'm looking short or back into the range, I'd be favoring NQ because see how NQ has that up close candle that has then been closed below. So there's really not much for me on ES. I would just be using ES, hitting this target as the reason for we could get a new retracement or a reversal there, and then looking for NQ because it's weaker.
Yep.
So I could
Do you
W
look at
shorting
crypto at
gold.
all?
Crypto, I rarely do. We can take a look if we want.
Do me a favor. Take a look at ETH. I keep buying
Mhm.
ETH right now. I'm buying the spot. I've been
All right.
working bids all the way down to like 33.50. I'm curious what you think of it.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the monthly real quick. Oh, on a lot of these things, I like to look at the quite a bit higher time frames. So you can see that's where we form a swing low. So my model would form in there. But essentially the same thing here is, we have that kind of parabolic run. If I'm trying to trade after this, where would my opportunities lie when we create those swing points, right? So trading here or trading here. And then there's not another opportunity for me to get long up into here, right? But if you notice when we form this closure like this, I could anticipate a retracement, a reversal, or some sort of consolidation. So if I'm still trying to long ETH here, what I'd want to wait for is for price to form a swing, right? So similar to what it looks like here or here, having some sort of previous day low sweep, closing back into the range, and then looking to trade that long. And what that does is it provides me a new invalidation. So instead of saying, hey, I'll buy ETH in here and my stop can be down here, I'm saying, hey, I'll buy ETH in here and my stop can be here. And that's where I can get some risk to reward, even though we're already trending.
Yep. Got it. Yeah, I know it's been parabolic. I was curious what your thoughts on it. I mean, I've been buying it little by little spot. I mean, you got to buy a ton of it to even for me to get my kind of juices going. I'm so used to trading futures. I've been buying spot ETH, and I'm like, okay, is this thing going to do something even when it's gone up? Somebody was asking me, does Anthony know anything about SMC concepts? I do not. I know my strategy, and that's why I like bringing on everybody to learn different things. For me, it doesn't matter how long I've been doing this. I pick up something from all these different traders that come in here because I'm always open to getting better. And so, I have my, strategy, what I've been trading for many years, and I look at what other people are doing. And I love T's work because it's simple. I can understand it. It's comprehensive. I come into the day, I know exactly what I'm looking at from T. T, we're just got about a minute left.
Yeah.
Anything you want to cover before I let you go today?
I think we'll just end it with, we're talking about gold going lower here, and this was the first target, right? And this is what I was saying with these type of moves that are counter trend. This is the first target. Anything extra or anything after that is just extra, right? So then I would just be using kind of this level here, which is 0.5 of the previous day's range. But with that, it's just trade management at that point. So I know I saw in chat a few people took that, so that's great. But thanks for having me on once again.
Oh, hell yeah. You're my guy, man. I owe you a steak dinner. I know you're not bringing it up. It's very nice of you not to bring it up. He comes into the chat. He comes in. He goes, NASDAQ's going to trade this. I'll bet Anthony a steak dinner. Bang, it hits it. I can't wait to give you that steak dinner. I look forward to it. Are you traveling right now? I've been seeing some posts. Where are you?
Yeah, I was in France this weekend. I'm in Lake Como right now. So I'll be back in the States soon. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, again, thank you so much for your time, T. Always fun having you on the show. Love your work. Everybody, go check out what T is doing. If you're not following him, I know you've got a big crew here on YouTube coming and checking out what T is doing. But make sure you go and follow his X and what he's doing on his YouTube channel if you have not. T, enjoy Lake Como. I've not been there yet. One of the places that's on my bucket list. Enjoy, my brother. Be well. Be safe.
Thanks for having me on. See you later.
Tanya Trades, you're TTrades too, but you're Tanya Trades. We got a lot of T. I'm actually Tony too. Most people
Oh,
call me Tony that I grew up with, but yeah.
oh yeah, lovely. Tony TTrades, Tanya Trades. Yeah, whatever just TTrades just said, where he said he'll be back in the States soon. Do not believe him. Do not believe him. We don't believe you, T, because he's been traveling for months now. I don't even know. He's been to like South Africa like 3 times in the past year and a half or something. South Africa, Italy, France. Are you going to Croatia, T? I'll be in Croatia in August. I wouldn't put any trades on any. There's no there's no reward on that trade of him coming back to the States soon. I guess sorry, I just have to call you out on that
Yeah.
one. T.
Enjoy, man. You know, it's nice to be young, making money, not have any commitments. He doesn't have kids. He's not married. He can go out and do it. Listen, man, I did it. I saw a lot of the world when I was in my 20s and 30s. Still saw a lot of it in my 40s. And it's like, now it's like, I'm still going to see a lot more of it. But I'll tell you what, traveling, being on the road is, as a young trader, I mean, what's better than that? Right, Tanya? It's cool.
I mean, yeah, that's part of the whole point is like if you have the time freedom and the location freedom, so why not, especially now's the time to do it, especially when you're young and you don't have a family and you have less responsibilities. So totally. Let me know if T was asking me if some like Croatia travel tips. Like let me know if you end up doing that, T. I'll be in Croatia in August. But I'll be like taking off like the first couple weeks, but last 2 weeks I should be streaming. But yeah, those are my summer plans. I think all of Europe takes off like all of August, honestly. It's a surprise that anything
Oh,
gets.
yeah. Yeah, no doubt. I know, I was in Europe. Was it last month? Yeah, last month I was there. It's great. What's better than going to Europe in the summer? For Americans, it's the best vacation as far as I'm concerned.
Totally.
All right, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on in the markets here today. You heard what T
Yeah.
was talking about. We've got NASDAQ, S&P. S&P is actually up a touch more this morning. NASDAQ's up 12, S&P's up 23. What's the thought process coming into today, Tanya?
I mean, it's kind of funny. My tweet's going a little bit viral a little bit just now. I tweeted about 8:40. I wrote like opens ES, opens up NQ, closes charts, because honestly I'm like not feeling this too much with ES. I think we ticked all-time highs by a tick. NASDAQ down all the way down, like midpoint of its drop down yesterday. It was quite surprising how ES just like wiped it all the way back up here. Amazing recovery, while NASDAQ not even above that swing high from yesterday, right? So not really totally feeling this huge divergence like this. I like it when we have, when they're in tandem, when they're in sync, and then there's like a slight divergence where if NASDAQ was like near that high and not making that new high, and then we started looking lower. But like when we're looking like this, I don't really love it because the rotations are all over the place essentially. So don't really like that. I think yesterday, after that drop down, we did in the morning, which was kind of wild. We did have a couple of like shorts come up after taking the previous hourly high, but they were pretty short-lived. You had to really just take your profits. Every time I like kind of put my stop down to break even after taking some profits, I would get stopped out. I was looking for more shorts in the afternoon. And one thing that there is a divergence at the high now. That's a good point. And NASDAQ is weaker. So, and we're slipping lower for NASDAQ. I would look for the only thing I would look for is shorts essentially. But don't really love the structure on the way down to it. I think that yeah, we should hold this swing high from the pre-market for NASDAQ. We just came back on the 15, rebalance this, and I'll probably look for, yeah, shorts back down. I don't see why not to 23,199, but totally not really loving the market and how we're out of sync in that way. Because they're supposed to be like sisters. They're looking more like distant cousins right now. ES and NASDAQ. So yeah, like I'll see what's going on. I'd like to see ES start to drop down lower. Let's see here. Yeah, we took that all-time high by like a tick. We did drop down. We broke a 15-minute low. I prefer us to, let me see on the hourly. Yeah, I'd prefer us to like drop down, take out 63, 61.50 and continue hold that to go lower for ES and to start seeing move back lower. And then I would want to short NASDAQ instead of ES because NASDAQ's definitely the weaker sister of the two. I think that being said, are we inside yesterday's range again for NASDAQ? Let's see. Yeah, we are. Honestly, yesterday I wanted for us to have like a cleaner, easier rest of the week. And it didn't happen. I wanted us to close below this daily fair value gap level. And to have like a strong down close yesterday to look for more downtrend in the coming days to go for lower, but that's just not happening in this market. So can't like shorts are short-lived. I can't go like targeting for too much. You can't be greedy if you're going against the general trend, right? If ES just wicked a tiny bit into this daily FEG, and here we are, we're taking back at all-time highs. So you gotta just play the edges of the range. We'll see if ES continues to hold this as a swing high, and to see for more downside. But other than that, like, yeah, I'm not really gonna be putting a lot of risk down today if I even take a trade. I'm like still debating whether I should even stream today because of like I literally did tweet that. It has 200 likes now. It's funny. I tweeted that maybe 30 minutes ago that I didn't like how the charts looked. Because I don't know, like why is NASDAQ looking so weak while ES is at all-time highs? It's not loving it. Totally not loving it.
No, not the easiest. Especially today now, we've got Tesla on the close, we've got Google. I mean, let's face it, it's middle of summer. We just talked about traders traveling. I've been in and out of my office every other week myself. It's
Oh
not a
yeah.
time where, you're going to get a lot of volume. Jem talked
Yeah.
about it this morning. I don't know if you caught that, but it's just, it is what it is. Traders, it's just about being small right now. And just don't force stuff. You've got earnings coming out. You got big tech earnings now. So you got today. So like I said, today's Google and Tesla. I don't know who else, but those are really two of the biggest ones. Likely to get a mover after the close today. I would expect that. And then you got tech earnings the next week or so. It's like, it's not going to be the cleanest. And I'm not surprised to see the divergence a little bit. Let's face it. People forget the futures aspect of why futures are even created, right? Futures are originally created as a hedging mechanism, right? They're dollar for dollar the best way to hedge against big portfolios. You come into big earnings like today, I'm not surprised to see NASDAQ a touch weaker. You could sell some NASDAQ futures against a big, cash position. So it's like, you're going to have these divergences. The S&P is maybe not going to feel it as much because it's not as tech heavy as the NASDAQ, of course. So it is what it is. Small and smart. I don't know what else to say to everybody. I mean, if you don't like it, don't trade it. And I that's why I love that tweet. I think that's why everyone's liking that tweet this morning, Tanya, because they're like, look it, that's that's experience, right?
Yeah,
Well,
totally.
all right, everybody, hit that like button for Tanya. She joins us every morning for her pre-market outlook. Yeah, everybody, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you don't miss an episode of what we've got going. Tanya, if you stream today, have a great stream. If you do not, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm sure the weather's beautiful up there in New York right now.
Oh yeah, we got like a couple of good days going on a year. So this like yesterday was a good day. I think now is another good day. It's not too humid. So yeah, thank you and good luck and good trading and good luck, Kane, with your session today. Yeah, if I don't stream, I'll be tuning in for a little bit.
Thanks, Tanya. All right, everybody. It is Wednesday here on NinjaTrader Live, or we like to call it NinjaTrader Love Island for Kane. You know, we'll see everybody. We'll see if Kane eventually has a date that comes out of NinjaTrader Live. Like I said, I don't want to know about it. I just know that it could happen. We see it each and every week. As we said, he's now Sugar Daddy Kane on the network. He's kind of fitting into that role. Let's get to it. Let's bring him in. It's time to trade the open with Kane.
You're going to get me in trouble.
Listen, Lori Ann Diamond goes, Anthony, I'm on a mission.
Yeah, Lorianne's on a mission, that's for sure, yeah. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
That's funny. It made me cry, actually.
Here we
Jeez.
go. Oh, man. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. What about yourself?
Because the first time I looked taller than you, you look like you're so much shorter than me in the frame right now.
Yeah, it's because I'm slouched a little bit. Sorry. Yeah.
There you
And
go.
I'm zoomed in a lot more than normal. So yeah. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm good, bro. Market's coming on side for me. We're getting down moves. I mean, I love it. It's great. I'm on a bit of a heater the last 2 weeks, I guess. Which is nice considering I was taking nothing but losers for about a month. But you know, I was down a considerable amount in those 2 months. You know, taking paper cuts, they start to add up. And then 2 weeks of good price action, it kind of eases the pain and I forget about it. So that's nice, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I also should say you're going to be with me in Chicago talking about travel on August 5th, everybody. NinjaTrader Live team, please put that link in there to sign up. Kane and I are going to be with PAX, Stowe. We're going to be hanging out in Chicago on August 5th. It's limited space. So make sure you, if you're going to join us, you sign up. You got to pay $5. It goes right to charity, and then drinks and food will be on us when you get there. But looking forward to seeing you in Chicago. That's going to be cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, I booked my flight, so that'll be nice to hang out with everyone. And then I'm heading to New York, and then I'm gonna jet over to Miami for a little bit, and then come home.
Nice. Look, it's funny. We go over by you in the summer. You're coming over by us.
Yeah. I mean, look, you kind of forced my travel plans here, but yeah, it's for a good reason. So I'm excited. It'll be good. It'll be really good.
Yeah. It'll be really good to have you in Chicago, my hometown. We're gonna have some dinner at some good places, hang out with some of the crew. You get to meet PAX. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna have a lot of laughs, I'll tell you that much.
We are definitely going to have a lot of laughs. That is one thing that is guaranteed.
Yeah. You get me and PAX together, we start going. It is. I mean, we laugh the whole time. It's nothing but busting balls and jokes and stuff. So, everybody, make sure you sign up for that. Before I let you guys go today, again, hit the like button for my boy Kane. He's the man. Love having him here on Wednesdays. Love everything he's doing with the lab. Make sure you go check out what they're doing at the lab. Your company continues to grow. I see all the talent that you've been bringing into the lab. I absolutely love it. Got a chance to meet some of those guys. Just great work, man. And, keep it up. And I'll be in chat, and I look forward to seeing you soon, man.
Appreciate you, brother. See you next week sometime or the week after. Chat, how are we? It's crazy. Good morning, Mr. Tigra. Um, your buddy T left you for another stream. Why? Where's he gone? We got good TLM printing money the last few weeks. Yeah, it's been nice. Been a horrible 3 months, but a nice 3 weeks makes up for it with obviously some good risk management. It's looking like it'll be a chop day. Yeah, I actually caught shorts off of this area. Kind of got saved a little bit. Took some profit into here. Um, this line right here. So this is kind of my model to a T, right? Had a bit of a busy morning, but that was basically the trade I took. Got out of it just before. So yeah, it was nice. It had me sweating here a little bit. It was break even, but we'll see. It's nice. Did I catch the trade yesterday? No, I didn't catch the long. The long was actually against my model. I was expecting lower. I caught some of the short. Well, I took a short and I got stopped break even on it after it, and then it ran to my TP to the tick, and then it just went up. So yeah, I had a break even day yesterday. Fun fact, if you longed the open 2 days ago and shorted the open yesterday, you'd be up 1.2k points. Yeah, and if I bought the bottom before I was born, I'd also be a trillionaire. Are you looking to short that 50% of the current move? No, I did buy the bottom before I was born. You just don't know about it. I just don't like to brag. I'm just quite a humble guy. Do I trade all session? Oh, not really. Depends. Depends what I need. Depends if I need to pay my bills or not, then I'm probably more at the chart than I should be. That's a joke. It just depends. Like if I can see it set up and things are aligning on a higher time frame and a lower time frame, then yeah. Like for example, yesterday this short was my model right here. Where was it? What time was it? 2 o'clock yesterday. Like, where was it? Oh, we got 8 minutes till the open. What on earth is this? So here, right? This was where I was short yesterday. Off of this. 30, I think it was a 30-second here. Yeah, right here. No, where was it? Why is this box here? 2 o'clock? No, this is way too late for me. Why can't I find the trade from yesterday? Two? No, it was like near 11. Where is it? Oh, I don't know. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. My model was just short here and I caught something in and around here and it just literally, it pushed away, stopped me out and then ran. I think it's right here. Yeah, there we go. Jeez. Yeah, 11:57. Went lower, came back for me, stopped me out. This was my TP. So this was my trade, right? Right here. Oh. Stop above here. TP here. Went break even after this, kind of giving me bullish structure. Also, ES was already trading above this high. Got stopped break even. It's just the name of the game sometimes. Sucks to suck. What's the plan for today? I'm not really sure, to be honest. I already made good money this morning. I'm not really in the mood to give it back. So we'll see. And as he's ripping, so let's just go over the pre-market, what we're probably looking for, right? Took out this prior, took out this prior 4-hour low, right? After taking out this prior 4-hour low, expanded, consolidated, expanded, finished above. ES is obviously trading at the high, which is just throwing me off right now. Nazi's got a long way to catch up. The reality is if ES just wants to slow grind up, I think Nazi could catch up quite quick. Probably easy money to be made there. But at the same time, if this decides to die and they don't like ES up here, they're really not going to like Nazi here. So it's in a really tough spot. My gut tells me that I want to see this do this, trade into something like here. But on a higher time frame for me, we were looking at shorts yesterday at the open because of this gap. Gosh, where's all my drawings? Because of this gap, 4-hour sweep in here, die off. This is really good. This is a really good trade setup for me. Just no entry. Like it literally just plummeted 200 points. And at that point, I'm kind of done, you know? Don't really want to touch it then. So just kind of sat on my hands, wanted to play longs out of here. Was expecting this to trade lower. However, ES has just got different plans, created that swing yesterday, expanding into the high. Draw's kind of met for me. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of hard. I'm either going to play Nazi to catch up or ES to fall. Kind of all eyes on ES right now. Bought 68. Hopefully we see blue skies. Oof. Bullish day. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Honestly, like it's really hard, right? ES just trading at the high. It really just depends what they like at the open. If they like it here, then they'll send it higher. If they don't like it here, they'll send it lower. But water's also wet. So it's a reaction day, chat. It's not really a hey, I want to see this do this. So yeah. Where can you get this indicator? If you send me a $1 trillion loan, I'll let you have it for a couple of days. Why do I have to trade pre-open whole week? I mean, that you know what? Leo said something the other day at the close. Sorry, when he was streaming the open the other day. I mean, he doesn't take trades pre-market because he then attaches a bias to what he wants the market to do. And it's just it was a really nice way of summing up what I think a lot of people struggle with. You're long in here. You obviously want to see it go to the high. So what happens is you miss any short opportunities that you could take off at this level or this level because you're expecting this. And the reality is if you don't trade anything, you can react here and catch the move you're supposed to be in. And if you get stopped out here, the last thing you're probably going to do is then do that, get back in and then you have to watch it, and then you take the long, and then it dies off. So you're on the wrong side of the market more often than not. So it's just hard. It's hard to break that cycle once you get in it. So it's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah. Why can't I manually draw out premium discount? I can do anything I want, right? I just don't want to. I'm lazy. Or I'm smart. You know? A lot of people would want to, a lot of people do draw it themselves. Well, they really don't like this right now. Wow. This could be interesting. Uh, yes, took the high at 9:15, or well, what actually was the time? 9:23. Obviously, if you're an RTH enjoyer, then the high was never taken. We just have this monstrous gap up. That just means bullish, right, chat? Right? I think. They hate it up here. Was that you spoofing the market yesterday with 1,000 contracts? 1,000 contracts is not in my wheelhouse, brother. Sorry. It's really not in my wheelhouse. 1,000 contracts is a bit nuts. To put that into just to put that into context, right? Just say you short the open today with 1,000 contracts. You would be floating up around about $1 million right now. Yeah. If I had $1,000 in my wheelhouse, then you wouldn't see me here, in all honesty. I would be on a boat in the Aegean. And also, spoofing is highly illegal, and I don't. I'm even insulted. You think I would do that? Huh, it's crazy. We did though. We did witness someone get filled at 2,500 contracts around 208 yesterday. So that guy's now out of the water. But again, to put that into context, that position as of the high earlier was drawn down $1.5 million. I can't stomach a $1.5 million loss. So, or not even drawdown. I just can't stomach that. If someone wants to lend me the money like indefinitely with the promise of no return, I won't do that. You have a boat or a dinghy. Yeah, catch me on a dinghy in the Aegean, honestly, sounds better than anything. Give me my phone and a Starlink connection. We'll work our way up to the yacht. Do you know what I'm saying, Chaz? Unless it's 1% of capital. Yeah, I mean, of course, you don't know what these guys' positions are, like the size of their bankroll. I imagine it's in the hundreds and high hundreds of millions, billions at that point. If it's 1%, but yeah, even if 1% of capital, $1.5 million is still $1.5 million, and no one wants to lose that, despite how rich you are. You'll row, I'll trade. Sounds like a good deal, Chaz. I'll take that. ES has got a long way to come down, and they really hate Nazi right now. It's basically just the open at yesterday, chat. What's the difference? Just the move is a lot smaller. Sell it off, buy it up. This is just, it's just the same. They're probably not done selling this yet. Could have got a re-entry right before the open with that SMT off at the high. Crazy. It's literally the same open, yeah. Hi from Munich. Appreciate you, brother. It still has time to move. Yeah, we're 5 minutes into the open. I'm sure it definitely has time to move. Yeah, it was a small retrace. That's exactly what they did yesterday, right? They dropped it, pulled it back, sent it higher. So yeah. Sent it higher, sent it lower. Dropped it, pulled it back. Uh-oh. Mr. Leo, is it on? Oh no, you need to wait for the 5 minute to get closed outside of, don't you? Damn. It's not on. Sorry. I was too zoomed in like an idiot. It's nice though. The 30 seconds playing quite nicely. You guys want me to do a late night host on NinjaTrader? That's what you want me to do, Supreme? NNL. Ninja Night Live. Trade the close with Kane. No, I don't think you'd like me that late. NinjaTrader or AMP is faster executions, all honesty. In God's honest truth, it really depends on how you trade. But the reality is, if you limit, there's no difference. And depends on what platforms. Like it's not like a apples for apples, you know. If you use the exact same thing, they will be the exact same. In all honesty, the API on TradingView is slower. They know that. We're trying to fix that. But yeah, if you use the NinjaTrader platform with NinjaTrader Broker or the AMP broker, they'll be the same. I'm becoming a catalyst. Whenever you are live, the market's shit. We caught a banger long last week, Alex. What are you talking about? It was a banger. I can't take up my market maker responsibilities whilst I'm live. So when I'm live, the market just is able to do what it wants to do. When I'm not live, I can keep it where I want it. Would you like the pink pill or the yellow pill? I'm kidding. Don't vape. It's bad for your health. Who's going to come to the Chicago meetup next at the beginning of the month? Yeah, sorry, the market's dead, Tanya, so we have to make it interesting, you know. It's not dead, actually. We got a good sell-off, but I can't be a buyer or a seller here. Am I there? I'm going to be there. You shorted the pre-market drop, now I'm taking a breather. I, too, like to live on the edge. Then you want to go? Lorianne, see you in Chicago on the 5th. Be there or be square. You would if it wasn't in Chicago. Celine, where do you want it to be? Tell me where you want it to be and I'll move it. Where in Chicago? Someone from production can just drop a link to the tickets and all the information is on there. Tickets are $5. All the money goes to charity. And yeah, drinks and food will be chill. It will be very, no, sorry. Drinks and food will be paid for and it will be chill. Yeah, it's a Bandit in Chicago. Grand Cayman. Will Kane and Leo be in the same room? Sadly, Leo will not be there. Thanks for reminding me, Casey. Making me sad. If I keep up the way I've been making money this month, I could probably afford it. Bring it to Japan. Could say please, Curtis. If you said please, I'd be able to do it. There was no please, so the team are telling me, nope, we can't do it. Will TTrades make an appearance? TTrades is in France, if you missed that. We can check Bitcoin out, yeah, whilst we're waiting for indices to do something exciting. So what do we have here? We still haven't really come back from the low by the looks of it. So ultimately, for me to be super bullish on this longer term, this will be a weekly high. That's a weekly high. Oh no, this is the weekly high. Sorry, let me go back, chat. This is the weekly high. I'm expecting some sort of down move this week. Yeah, I could see this move from here. When highs get put in on a Monday, it's pretty bearish for Bitcoin in general, right? Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday high. They can't get back to it, trades away from it. Monday high, can't get back to it, trades away from it. Again, Monday, Tuesday. So they might pull it back. So we'll see. Right now, though, this is a pretty sideways market. I would really love Bitcoin back sub 100. I could get bullish on it then. I do have a lot of well, I say a lot. I do have some Bitcoin in cold storage. I'm holding it spot terms. Don't really trade this intraday. But overall, I'm comfy. My average is below this, and I would add more around 100K. It's my plan. Personally, I'm okay with that though. If it goes to zero, I'm good. Playing off that open. Looking pretty bearish here, boys and girls. Sensational. Leo's appearance fee was too high. Yeah, we couldn't afford him. Yeah, he was. It's crazy. Whoa, who's letting out a trade secrets, Nautilus? Altcoin's getting obliterated today. Can't make it, but sounds fun. Which host is DJing? What's the Dave Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs? He's a DJ in the evenings sometimes. Yeah, we're gonna get him to come along. He's gonna DJ for us. We can all quiz him on after his set. We can all quiz him on Goldman Sachs projections for Nazi this year. Don't come, you're gonna miss out. No recordings. All talk today, no work. I made 25 grand pre-market. Don't know about you, but I can talk for the rest of the week now. Can I join? I'll be your butler. Bring you drinks every time I go. It's empty. What did I catch? This trade right here. Whoops. Some would say I got lucky, and I would agree with them. For the fact that we kind of got saved here by some sort of Nazi weakness. And then we played it into this low. Yeah. Got out just pre-market, avoided the rush, and then sent it lower. Bang. Talk. Yeah, I don't really want to overtrade. That's rather snarky and I can leave. Let you go talk to yourself. Okay, fair enough. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. I don't really like it when people come in and say, hey, stop talking, just trade, put your money on the line for my entertainment. I hate the sound of your voice. Because that's basically what that says, right? It was a 38-point move, but yeah, double. There's nothing really for me here. If you know the way I trade or you tune in quite regularly, you know I can't trade this. Realistically, I can't really trade till 10. So, and where do I want to trade from at 10? Pull off of here, probably pull back. There's nothing really here for me. ES took the high, so 10 a.m. and ES is set to sell off. A lot of uncertainty. Hey, look, if you want to put money on the line in the market, do that. But it's my money and I'll do it when I want to do it. And if I don't want to do it, I won't do it for your entertainment. No matter how much you beg, plead, want to say anything to me, it's my money. On the trade earlier, was that based off the fair value gap I identified? Sure. Yeah. Ultimately, the main thing for it is this, right? Is this hourly high. Let me just turn all this off. Right. This hourly high, ES had already traded above that previous 4-hour high. Right. So for me, that's a good area that I want to see this candle sell down, especially if this weakness in terms of the 6 a.m. candle not being able to take the 2 a.m. candle high. Yeah. So for me, combined with that hourly high that we just marked out here, 5 spikes the high, sells down. I want to see 5 and 6 then sell down. I stay in it till basically 8. So yeah. And now we're getting even bigger sell-off because at this point you get even more weakness in the form of ES taking this high right here and NQ failing to, now NQ selling off, ES following suit, which then suggests that that NQ is the trade that you want to get short on. But for me, with everything that we just know is I can only really be a seller above this high. So I can only really get positioned here. How could I get positioned here at 9:23? Well, I just come off of a trade. I don't really want to immediately get back into the same trade that I just took on the hope that it's going to go lower. Double dipping trades for me typically does one thing, ruins my P&L. So I just have to sit and be patient. And the reality is, chat, is if you can't be patient, especially in this game, the only thing you're going to do is lose long term. I'm not letting the haters get to me, Michael. It's just I typically respond to everybody in the chat because that's just the person I am. Again, I was once, someone that looked to someone else for advice, and I probably said shitty things to people, and I, either got away with it or I didn't. And if I didn't, it probably corrected my behavior. If you're coming here expecting me to give you a trade setup because that's what you're looking for, then this is the wrong place. If you want to get constructive feedback or ask questions, I pretty much answer everyone as long as the question isn't stupidly retarded. Sorry, should not say that word. But yeah. Why not enter the prior 5-minute fair value gap or inversion? I just deleted that. So the prior one over here, because it just doesn't really align for me. And to be honest, I just wasn't there. So I need your advice. Lido, go ahead. The real edge. Could I ask about... No, they don't need to make that a clip. Do I think gold is a good place to buy right now? Let's have a look. I mean, gold, it depends, right? There are two things that you have to understand about a move like this. This is parabolic. Are you going to short it intraday? Maybe. Are you going to short it as a swing? Probably not. And if you do, you might get lucky. And if you don't, you're going to lose. And if you don't get lucky, you're going to lose money. Long term, could I be a buyer of gold at 3,400? No, but I also said that at 3K, at 2K, sorry, right? I couldn't buy this breakout, but if I literally bought the day it broke out, I was underwater for 3 days, and now I'm up 1.5x my money. So the answer is it could be, but right now I'm personally not going to buy it up here, especially after a nice parabolic move like this. But that doesn't mean that it can't go higher, because the market can do unreasonable things for a lot longer than you think. UK police might knock down my doors for that joke. They might. They might. Could I get back to the 4-hour pre-market idea? Well, look, if we just bring up these two 4-hour candles next to each other, right? This is the high of the previous 4-hour candle. This is the high of the previous 4-hour candle on ES. ES swept out all of that. But it's also trading at the high, right? So you have this high here and this high here. NQ can't even take the 4-hour high. ES took the all-time high, and we've got double divergence, I guess, or, double cracking, some sort of correlation, which would then suggest to sell off. The reality is this is not valid, because at the open, this could have done this. But I then go to a lower time frame inside of that 2 a.m. candle, right? 9, 8, 7, 6, that 2 a.m. candle here, right, is I was expecting this to pull back. And if not, I can then just get positioned in this 6 a.m. candle. Yeah. So getting positioned in the 6 a.m. candle is what I want. So I just sell it here, right here. Because at this point, this is now a protected high for me. We get very close, 9 ticks, and then it trades off. Again, I probably should have taken profit a bit sooner here. I get caught in most of the relapse, the pullback, and then I get taken out just before the market opened. And yeah, I probably could have stayed in it, right? But the reality is I was break even for, we can just mark all of this. I was break even, no, this is not the gap. It's this one. I was break even here. It got very close, and then I made all my money. If I stayed in it expecting this move, right, all the way to this low, or even to this low, I would have got stopped out, and now I'm sat waiting for this to retrace. Instead, I made my money, and I can wait now. If this pulls back, I can potentially look for a short, and if it trades lower, I can look for a long. Yeah. And if it doesn't suit me today, I made money and I can move on with my life. Do I trade Forex? Not really. Very, very, very rarely. These guys on the gold rush are making a ton of money. Yeah, of course. Yeah, look, it's normal. It was a joke. What was the joke? What time do everything I do is framing a 4-hour candle, right? I quite literally don't look for trades sub 4 hours. I frame trades, and my entry for trades is lower than 4 hours. But when I approach the chart in the morning, the first thing I do is why is it not working? I can just change it manually. Is I go to the 4-hour chart. Now look at it. And even here at 2 o'clock, framing a sell out of this high or this high. It pushes up. I'm on NQ on both of them. Pushes up. ES trading at the high. Thought that we might even just get some sort of like lower leg SMT, divergence, etc. Here, We're at 10 now. I actually don't mind this, right? It's that hourly low off of here, but I'm not actually anticipating this to buy back up. I'm anticipating at 10 a.m. to do this, create that, and then we can trade, and we can also then break something like this, and then we've got targets to go after. We'll see. We will see. We will see. Reactions, not predictions. Can I take a look at the Heikin-Ashi 1 hour chart? It looks like we are setting up a red indecision candle. I don't trade Heikin-Ashi, so I don't actually know what you mean by that. But yeah, do I trade CL during or after the news? I very, very, very rarely trade CL at all. No, I frame a 4 hour candle, right? So no trade today so far. So I frame a 4 hour candle, or not on stream anyway. I frame a 4 hour candle. So all I'm doing is anticipating that the 4 hour candle will trade away from the previous high to the midpoint or to the low. That's it. And how I get positioned in that is up to me. Sell stops, stop loss, and forget about it. Yeah, until the couple of times that you get smacked about and sell the bottom of the market. What's the name of this is an indicator from TTrades. It's called the TT fractal model. It's just the indicator. This is just a part of his indicator that I use. It's just a PO3 from 2 degrees. What taste is this? Wow, that was a bit of a big reaction. Lemon and lime. Don't vape, kids. Not good for your health. I don't trade the DAX. Sorry, Tom. Have I tried Zins? I have. I don't like it. It's bad for my mouth, and I had my teeth done. So, yeah, got pearly white teeth. Fractal has made me profitable the last 2 months with 2.8K in payments. What do you mean 2.8K in payments? As in you've got 2.8K in payouts, or sorry, my second target for the long is at 8345. Oh, you want a long down here? Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Get that time frame alignment on side with us. What's the most exciting thing trading offers you, and any misconceptions early on in your career that you thought that you would offer excitement? I don't know if it's trading specifically, but obviously in my case, it's definitely related to trading. I think the exciting thing that trading offers me is it allows me to live a life that I love, and I can do whatever I want to do with it. The misconception of that is that, and again, very cliche, and I know a lot of people, this message just doesn't land very well because a lot of people are just struggling to pay their bills. That just money doesn't make you happy. Like, it doesn't solve all of your problems. But I really know that message doesn't land well for people that are trying to pay their bills, you know? And I fully understand that because I was once that guy. Like, I really, really know that it's that, you know? Yeah, of course. But Carlos, I always thought that I would be a lot happier on a boat in the middle of an ocean somewhere, you know, not having to worry about paying my mortgage or my car payment or, you know, you name it. I always thought I'd be happier. The reality is some of those moments are just really lonely, you know, when your friends from high school can't live the life that you live, you know. Trust me, boys and girls, I know the message doesn't land well, and I know that a lot of people don't understand it, but it's just how it is, you know. That's just the reality. And I'm not sad. I love my life. I genuinely love my life, right? I'm not sitting here professing that I would want to live any other life, but there is a lot of guilt with making a lot of money that comes with it. I can tell you that firsthand. Previous day low, it's looking like the target, right? It would be crazy though, because, well, actually, no, I mean, the draw's met. I just can't short this, right? So again, same thing from that H4 profile. We took out previous day low. We closed back inside the range. We took out the previous day high. We took out the weekly high. Right now, it's exhausted. It's looking like it wants to sell. However, with that in mind, I'm an NQ trader and I can only be a seller above a 4-hour high. We didn't get a 4-hour high here. We got that. I sold, I took some profits, and I'm now stuck. So really for me is I have to be a buyer down here. But that's an emotional thing for me. Like if I want to be a buyer here or not, not a statistical model decision, right? The model is you should be a buyer here. There's a lot of guilt that comes with not making money, making enough either. I 100% agree with you, Tom. Like I know that. I genuinely, I say this as someone that, and of course his message is everybody is the same. Both of my parents have nothing to their name. Like when we grew up, we did not live a nice life. Like my dad's family is probably wealthier than my mum's side, but like by every definition, we lived a very poor lifestyle, right? I know exactly how it feels to grow up, get a job, work the corporate ladder, get into debt that's probably above your pay grade, and do all of those things. Like I live it, so I've lived it and I understand it. But I've lived it, I understand it, and I can also tell you that some of my best days were in the struggle. This is a very tight range here. I'm basically longing the discount of this range. It's really hard to do that. I could be greedier and go for this entry. I just don't like it, chat, if I'm really honest. I don't like this because for me, my target's this as an absolute maximum, and this is a 2-hour trade. I definitely want to be a buyer here somewhere. The reality is that ES is showing strength again, taking out this high. You see this dotted line? And it's suggesting to me this is probably going to take another dive. Should I be long here? Should I be long here, chat? I might regret not taking this. This is my model. This is a very emotional decision here. I'm going to be really honest. $15-minute low taken, hourly low taken, 4-hour low taken, daily selling off. This is just bullish. We'll see, chat. Change your order quantity. Yeah, that would imagine that. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Richie. That was crazy. Imagine I just marketed. I would have got. It would have been order rejected. There's not enough money in this account. 1665 has to hold. Yeah. Yeah. ES is definitely breaking out. Like this is looking bullish, more bullish. I just think we might get caught in something here. I don't really like this. Richie's a killjoy. Richie's a savior. Or it's long in 1,000. No, we were checking how much 1,000 contracts was earlier, and and it populates up here for some reason. Yeah, I'm waiting. This is not looking too bullish here. This is being sold down. Can't make new highs. Like no new high, no new high, no new high, no new high. Some would argue The bid is just pushing this lower, moving the bid lower. Right, Leo? Am I right? Am I wrong? Tell me. You want previous day low? Makes sense. Makes sense to be bearish here, guys. It does. I just really want to long the next one, the next dive. Leo, the market maker. Hey, what Leo does with his spare time's up to him. Exactly. Jose's completely right. I missed the crucial thing today. The VWAPs. Oh, look at this. Bearish setup, bearish setup. Let's just wait for a bullish setup little thing to appear. Damn. Indicates cooking. Right here, this little red line was a bearish setup. I wouldn't have taken that. This, though, was clean. Got ran over. We'll see. Good morning, Mr. Nick. How is one today? TPT futures. What was the question, Supreme? The TLM indicator gives signals? That's so weak, isn't it? It doesn't give signals, it just confirms my entries. Nevin, that's about it. That's about it. Caught the short, so you're good. Congratulations, brother. I took a short pre-market today. Glad we're both paid. Kind of eyeing some longs right now. I just want this to take another low. ES got other ideas, though. Shorts are getting exhausted. Let's hope so. Where's TTrades? I actually don't know where TTrades is right now. Am I planning on one-to-one mentorships like I ran in January? Not right now. Not right now. Working on something really, really cool and exciting for education in the future space. We spent a crazy amount of money on a really sick domain. And yeah, most of it's going to be free. So watch this space. It works. It works great on gold, Jesse. Yeah, I just don't personally trade it on gold. So I would have got stopped on this, and then I would be now scrambling around for an entry. That purely is a discretion thing. I didn't really like how this was so tight to this range. So yeah, just the premium discount stuff just playing out again. Still got this divergence on the lows, divergence on the highs. Order flow is definitely still bearish. Thank you. I would probably be more interested in some sort of long. Well, I would have been interested in some sort of long on ES. If ES pulls back into this area and NQ pulls a bit lower, I might stab long here. Say what? What do you want me to say? DM me what you want me to say, Mr. Javier. Yeah, gold's cooking with it right now. The problem is that with that, Jesse, though, is like you have to basically ignore the short setups on gold right now because it's so bullish and just trade the longs. I don't know why I trade an NQ, an ES, when my gold account has done far better. Yeah. Why do I trade NQ? I actually only trade NQ because I get paid more for the same move. So, like, for example, if we just say you have again, let's just say you have a $10,000 account and you're longing one NQ down here, right? Same sort of, actually, I need to probably find something that makes a lot more sense. Let's say, where's the open? Let's just say you shorted the opening range today, right? Here, stop above the opening range, targeting 2R, right? Let's just say 2R. And you have the exact same trade set up on NQ, targeting 2R. If you use the same margin requirements and you sell one here, you risked 600 and made 1.2K. Here you would have risked $200 and made $500. Sure. Margin requirements, exactly the same. This is actually a really good point, Lido and Jesse, right? Is again, sorry, let me just, before we go into that, the reality though is that NQ is way more volatile to trade. You're probably going to get wicked out more. ES is way more respectful. It respects round numbers. It will respect tick differences because the volume is so much larger. It will respect that a lot more, right? The S&T might not hold. Yeah, I don't really trust this down here, in all honesty. I'm probably waiting for like 10:15, 10:30. The reality here is Jesse's dead right, is there's actually no like secret thing to like helping discipline other than you have to just hold yourself accountable to doing it, right? If you can't do it, there's nothing. If you can't do it for yourself, there's nothing you're gonna do that's like for me, right? Like I can't help you do it if you can't help yourself. I don't know why anyone trades the same instrument every day. It's what Jesse Livermore called the Wall Street fool. Yeah, but the reality is that there are people trading lean hog futures day in, day out that make more money than most people's net worth, right? There is definitely a way to trade a single asset consistently and make money long term. I know the way that this thing moves so well that I can look at it and see, okay, I like the way it's moving. If I go to gold and say, okay, this is my setup, and someone says, hey, gold's been moving a bit horrible today, it's not really been as nice, I could quite easily take a silly loss on an asset that I don't trade as much, right? So high sugar. Damn. I'm getting pet names now. You're excited what the lab capital is going to be. The lab capital is actually not going to be anything. I'm just going to spoil that for a lot of people. It's not going to be a prop firm. It's not going to be a funding company. It's not going to be it's not going to be anything exciting. Why is it raining in London? You need me to slap the ask with 50 lots on ES. I can't do that for you, Nick. I can't do that. I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to do it. Previous day low. Yeah. Well, the thing is, right, is like, just like anything in life, if a load of people all trade NQ every single day, and suddenly NQ's not doing the same thing that it does every single day, then someone's there that's not supposed to be there. That person either normally gets hurt or they hurt a lot of people. So it's almost like it has a heartbeat. And I know that sounds a bit cliche and a bit cringe, but okay, we just need this 15-minute low to spike lower, and then we can look for a long. It's not private, it's just paid. It's just a paid indicator, but the indicator has a lot more functionalities than just this. If you just want this, there's a PO3 indicator from 2 degrees. This is the higher time frame PO3 indicator, and what you can do is I can disable this, put this at the put this as the 4 hour, and I can select how many candles I want. I can control everything how I want to control it, etc. And if you guys want to, you know what, I might get a little bit in trouble for this. But if you guys want to buy those indicators, they are premium indicators. They're paid. Someone spent a lot of time trying to put them into a chart. I'm sure a lot of you could go and code your own if that's what you want to do. However, if you did want to go and buy them from the 2 degrees website, you can use my code for a discount. It's actually a completely private code, so I'm probably going to get in trouble for this. But it's completely up to you guys. And the code is TOOX lab. I'll write it in the chat. And it gives you 20% off everything forever. So that's it. No, like TOOX lab, like this. And it gives you 20% off whatever you want to buy. Okay. Hourly low, 4 hour low, no 15-minute low, no 15-minute low. It did, however, previous ES low did swing the low. So this candle is buying up as it's expected to, based on T's model, or based on everyone, the 3 candle model. So for me now, this is a higher probability long. I think I'm probably going to sit out of it, in all honesty, because I don't really like the way that this is just sloping down, and we're still very much just stuck like this. Sorry, I wouldn't even mark that high. We're still very much just stuck here, just in this, and I'm using this trend to show off the VWAP actually, and I probably am expecting a bit of a nasty reaction there. So I'm going to sit on my hands probably for the remainder of the day. But this is, yeah, Kane is sacked. Why are people sacking me? Oh, no, I'm not going to get in trouble from NinjaTrader. I'm going to get in trouble from 2 degrees because that discount code is not supposed to be shared publicly. Whoops. Did we miss our long? Personally, I think that this is a really good long. I just don't necessarily know where I want to long to right now. And the harsh part about this is it's probably this. Oh, it's the wrong way. Reverse. It's probably to here, which is a nice trade. I just don't really like the way NQ's moving right now, especially in this just downward side moving action. I think that after this, it makes sense to be a buyer here, around 50% of here as well. It makes sense to be a buyer here, but then you also have this now. So they've kind of just switched places. ES is now showing weakness. I don't really like that. So yeah. This is coming out of an LVN. Yesterday's value low. Sorry. That was really bad of me. I was yawning. The inverse is coming out of a low volume node at yesterday's value area low, but I took it, but already break even on NQ. That makes sense. Someone tell Trump to shut up. I love the long idea. It looks good for long. You can have a tight stop, but maybe something seems slightly fishy. Yeah, it's definitely a good trade, in my opinion. Like to the model, it's a spot on model trade. I just am being really picky. I just don't like this 15-minute low. And on a yes as well. I just don't like it, chat. But this is purely discretion. Thank you. You want to miss a monster long? Maybe, Khan. Maybe. It's looking that way, isn't it? It's definitely looking that way. Okay to miss the trade. I'm okay with it, right? What I'm not okay with is that light counter though. Whoa. 1.4 thousand of you in here and only 376 likes. Let's pump up those numbers. Where would I go break even here? Probably at this high, especially off of the V, like with the VWAP sitting above it. It's the model. It's just definitely the model. I'm just a pussy today, chat. Pussy. You should make a trading education app. That's crazy you say that. Puss, that's me today. It's me. I'm trolling about the VWAP, but I do like this high. But I also like the fact that VWAP is sitting just above it. I like this high for like a trail. What's this for from an R percentage? 2.3. I also like that. I like this though. This trade's nice. It just, yeah. I don't know. Something about today just doesn't feel right. They're very decorrelated. How does Kostos know I made that much money 2 days ago? I don't know how you know that. How do you know that? I didn't share that anywhere. Or did I? I did on X. Did I share it on X that I made that? Oh, I did. I did actually. You're right. I did. I did. When someone told me that, when someone called me a fraud for the 100th time of the day. So we break even on this trade now. What's this? 20 points. I took a 40-point trade earlier. So similarly, like 38 actually. So yeah, similarly. Let's have a look at where the VWAPs are on the VWAPs. The VWAPs. The VWAP is on ES. They got above it. We'll see. We'll see. Probably want some sort of volume through here, I guess. One thing I know is the Leo wants to probably short up here. Yeah, nasty rejection off that high. Yeah, did it sell off for the VWAP or this prior 15-minute high? Or this 15-minute high? I guess we'll never know. Either way, this is a logical area, right? There's lots of traffic through here. This low, this low. Just a high traffic area. Rejections out of here consistently. Reject, 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 reject. We just need to get above it. Simple support and resistance. Nothing wrong with that. Do I have a trade on the toilet? No, brother. No, I don't. Almost got walked out my BE at 170. I mean, you should probably give yourself a little bit less room. Entry here is at 160. If you want to be break even, you probably want to be break even at 167. Nothing wrong with a point stop loss in profit to be break even, cover some fees. Anything more than that is you're trying to make a bit too much money. Anyway, chat. So who's coming to the Chicago meetup? I want to know. I want to know who's coming. Or who's attending the Chicago meetup. When is it? It is on the 5th of August. If you pass your combine, yes, you're going to be there. Lorianne, why can't you come? The state's too far away. I'm flying from London just for this event. Outside chance you can make it. I like an outsider. I like an outside bet. I'll see you there. Most of us have regular work during the weekdays. Yeah, I know. I get that. Are you getting paid overtime to go? No, I'm not. You raised a good point, numbers. Hey, is this the finance department? I need a raise. Leo's not going to be there. Classic movie stuff. Move it to anywhere in Europe and you'll be there. Anywhere in Europe. So if I moved it to some random island in Greece, you would be there. Shouldn't the TP be at 230s? It makes no sense. I mean, the full TP should really be here by my logic. Wait, my indicator's not on. Let's see what it says. Oh, wait, that's not the indicator. Yeah, my indicator is on. It's just not showing. Oh, it is showing. It's showing the premium discount from where, though? Did I mess it up? It's not on. ES has kind of already hit that target that's marked out here. This logical liquidity target. NQ got some catching up to do. Your run just ended. What about it? What happened? Bro, just move to the US. You're already there. Who's going to give me the visa? Who's going to give me the visa, eh? Visas are expensive. You can't just move to the US. Do I have a channel? Yeah, follow me on TikTok. I should go on Love Island. No, I'm not going on Love Island. Give me a Canadian visa. What happens if I want to live in the US? Then what? Trump made the gold card. What is the gold card cost? Gold card US cost isn't like 15 mil, 5 million. $5 million. Nice. So I'm gonna have to spend 5 mil to get there. And then what? Oh, composite trader. Only like 5 mil. I'll take 2 then, composite. If you're paying, it's only 5 mil. Just 2.5 Apex payouts. Do you reckon they'll let me put it on the Amex? You would have got stopped here. To the tick. It's a pretty nasty rejection, chat. Straight out of VWAP hell. Okay, let's go bag for bag. Is this the point where I tell you, or is this the point where I do the song and I say we could go M for M or bag for bag? Like, what's the bit here? What we trying to get? I think TTrades would marry me, give me a green card. I think he would do that. Yeah, I don't like to double dip on trades. Lorian's Canadian though. I know what T looks like, so don't stress it. I don't want to speak on Tanya's relationship status. Yeah, you're right, Jesse. When you get into a trade and it just takes off, it's probably a good trade. But also, this isn't actually a bad trade, right? It could just step up. We just got to see. Apparently, T's a good-looking dude. T is a good-looking dude, yeah. Tory definitely. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Can I get one response, Lol? Just for curious on your thoughts. What thoughts? What thoughts are you doing? Girlfriend wants to learn how to trade. How do you tell her that you don't want her to because you need your own space? Okay, let's role play. You should say, babe, I appreciate that you want to show an interest in the things that I care about, but I really respect my own space and privacy. I would just appreciate it if you wanted to do that. You didn't involve me in that process. If you had to marry a trading asset, what would it be? NQ, not even close. You see why I'm single? You have no idea why I'm single. Okay, so let's be clear about that. Toucan likes the toxic ones. He's going for gold. It's looking not so good now. I don't feel so bad about not taking this trade. We'll leave it on. We'll leave it on just in case. You're too handsome to be single. Must still be in the player era. No, that's not the case. Give you an ex, whatever that is, with daddy issues. Jeez. Based on the message earlier of sweat tires. Time windows I look for trades, yeah, during the 4 hour opens. Basically like 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 2 a.m., 6 a.m. That's basically it. I'm waiting for the sidelines to take your stop loss. I'm not in a trade, so you'll be there a while, my boy. This guy really made a YouTube saying Kane is the liquidity. Damn. It's crazy. The funny thing is this person doesn't have enough money to take the other side of my trade. This guy actually made his YouTube channel. I think he's just trolling a little bit. Don't actually think he means any malice here. Which of the NinjaTrader traders do you have the best chance of getting drunk with and jumping in the river? Or I don't know. I reckon if I got Anthony drunk, I could do it. I could convince him. There are also some back end stuff that a lot of you probably are not like too familiar with. I reckon they could be easily influenced as well. You're in shorts now. Would I make any of my indicators work with the Ninja? There's no plans to right now, but obviously there is at some point. Yeah, I would love to do that. Sending love from. You'll always be here waiting to take me out. Take your time. Thank you, brother. You need to prove. You need to prove to me that you have the margin requirements to take the other side of my trade, and then you can take me out. How about that? You can just count if you want. I will allow you to take the other side of my trade all of the time, but you have to prove to me that you will. You only need 3K to trade against my 3 lot. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the reality, the truth is though that you don't have 3K either, though, do you? Let's be honest, because I've never met someone that has money that has the time to create a YouTube account to troll someone else. So, yeah, that answers my question. So, yeah. Do I look at the 4 hour sweeps and reversals within the 4 hour opens? Yeah. So, like, for example, 10 a.m. opens, right? I want to see a drive lower. So, if we just mark out 10 a.m. opening price, I want to see the drive lower. So, 10 a.m. opened right here. I want to see that drive lower and then a push away. I don't like this sell off. So I want to see this push away and then we can come back. This just rejected a bit earlier, but also ES traded basically into my target, right? So This was my target on NQ. This is that target on ES. ES hit it. And now kind of doing what needs to be done. So we'll see. I'm on a roll today. They make it too easy for me. They make it too easy some days. YM's the GOAT. Prove you wrong. Sure. What do you want? What? Make a good argument as to why YM is a good asset to trade, and I'll tell you why it's not. Do I plan on doing London streams again in the future? As of right now, no. I'm actually just really busy. So yeah, it's really hard. How do I decide what my max loss is for the day? It's just a full-blown personal choice, right? I could probably afford to lose an amount in a day that some people wouldn't like to lose in a week, but it's just very personal, right? And what we do. Do I prefer New York or London? I actually don't mind either. I prefer both. Both are assets that I trade quite. Oh, sorry, timeframes that I trade quite regularly. The reality is that I trade them very differently. And during London, I'm expecting that expansion to last most of the session, and I normally wait for a confirmation. I don't trade the reversal. I wait for the confirmation, or as close to as possible. Not always the case, but yeah. Would I look to re-enter long? Not really. I'd have to get a new 50. I'd have to get a new low to trade away from this, because now, in my mind, this would be a bad low. Leave him to it. I mean, look, I don't want to hate on someone that's. You know what I tweeted? What did I tweet the other day? Something about I've never met a happy hater. This long's looking. I would have got stop break even on it, but I think the idea can still play out. If the new 15-minute takes out the low, no, because it's so close to 11 now. So at 11, what would I expect? No, I would expect 11 to take the low. So you get a new hourly low. It's just a really, horrible day for price action. It's just kind of just sitting down here, which is not really good for a lot of longs, not like long ideas. ES is kind of looking a bit more strong. NQ not as. So he's take the VWAP off the chart. I can't. If it clears the seller at 200, it's going to fly. Yeah, these lows are horrible. At ES though, I think it's mainly due to ES, Nick. ES is just stepping up. I think NQ just took a bit of a dive. Seller's probably got a bit eager here. Rarely trade New York PM. Again, just depends how it's clean. Everything is contextual, right? So the welcome move on. Nick's holding us up, chat. They give you $5 to flatten your trade. Well, they're stingy, Nick. But the VWAP is just standard VWAP. I don't actually know what it is. Wow. Didn't know these bands were a thing. Yo, what? Obviously, I don't actually use VWAPs, so apologies. Looking like a silly man right now. Okay, is funding out about VWAP deviations. Pretty sure that's market manipulations. I'm already living in next week. Simply my Wednesday stream with you in 15 minutes. Kane just found out about, yeah. I have no idea what they do. Don't use them, right? Yeah, I agree with you, Cole, to be honest. I mean, why do I need to know anything about VWAP? Like, said this so many times. There's a million ways to skin this cat. Guys, I know how the deviations work. I just don't know how people trade them. I know what deviations are. Deviations are just a standard thing, right? What kind of confirmations do you look for when you're trading London? For example, I wouldn't, if this was London and this was 2 a.m., sorry, let me rephrase. This was 10, this was 2, I would trade 6 most of the time. Because trying to catch this sort of trade during London normally just does this. And then at 6, it would do that. Or some sort of deviation. I don't use VWAPs in my targets. Yeah, you can. You can wait for 6. You can wait for 2 p.m. to take 4-hour candle open, sweep the low, and look for reversals. You can. However, I would wait for the low to get taken, some sort of range bound, and then 6, and I would trade 6. That's normally the best. Can I just rip to the upside? Can I give you tips on beginner prop firms? Not really. That question was for Nick. Yeah, I already answered you. You can do that, yeah, but you would just wait for the next 4-hour candle. How do I know when to move my stop loss? Normally just based on a high, or for example, like this was 30. This took out the previous 15-minute high, reversed. So like if on the 15-minute chart, this pulled back, it's just, yeah. Depends. Oh, this is horrible, guys. This is absolutely horrible. It's so slow. Um, yeah, it's summer, right? Cue summertime sadness. It's okay. Submit to price moving at a certain time. Okay. If if 11 a.m. if 11 takes out 10 a.m. high, no, I wouldn't look to short it. No. How was the dinner with Tyler and Jade Cap? I didn't go for dinner with Tyler and Jade Cap. Getting that push now. It's very slow though. I'd want to see volume for this to be a good trade for me, and the volume is just not there right now. I say volume as in just movement. Again, don't actually know how many contracts are being traded here. I'm not looking at that. Mr. XYZ, how are you?
What up, Kane? How you doing?
Good, sir. Very slow morning so far.
Yeah, I'm up early today for this
Yeah.
particular segment here. I've been sitting short uh waiting for that break, and they didn't break it just now.
Yeah, here at the 10:30 break.
Yeah. So a little bit of a tragedy, but we'll see what happens. You still in that long?
No, 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 no. I didn't even take this. I actually caught a short pre-market and then I closed it just
Okay.
before the open, and I'm just sat waiting really. This kind of fits my narrative out quite well, but yes, took out targets. It was just showing a lot more strength. So one of those that you kind of see the writing on the wall. I would have got
Yeah.
stopped break even here, would never have entertained it. So the outcome's the same. I just didn't do anything. Just very, very boring. For me anyway. I can see a lot of reason as to why a lot of people want this to go lower. Just from yesterday, this open feels very similar, right?
Yeah.
Stall drop, the drop's just not as big, and then just slow grind up, stop people out, slow grind up, stop people out. It's just a day that I don't like to be involved in too much.
Yeah, I would have liked the longs too if we can actually sweep it, but I think everyone's on the same page. Just looking for that sweep. So
I wouldn't mind
yeah, we'll
another
see what
sweep
happens.
at 11, but I won't touch it. But that for me, it just realigns my model. Here, I couldn't trade it with this hourly candle that's currently there, because the next hourly candle I'm just expecting to expand higher. So I either want to be long or I just don't touch it.
Yeah, this is it's grinding up and everybody hates it because of that low, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. How long are you on for today? You covering for Stowe or?
I have no idea, actually. Um, I was asked to cover this particular segment, and I don't know what is in place of, but I'm here. This is my first morning show. Usually, like I'm like crawling up to my desk right now, out of bed, all that. But I'm up early for you guys, so
What time?
please throw me
What?
some likes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Definitely hit the like button for XY. What time? What time is it there?
It's about to be 8 a.m., so 7:55. Yeah.
Do you rarely trade the AM session then?
I don't really trade the first hour because I'm barely like getting up into desk.
Yeah.
So Usually it's like IB is about to close or IB is closed. That's when I start to get hands-on with the market and stuff. So yeah, usually it's an hour or two max, usually about an hour of trading for me. So this is generally my normal session around this time period. So
Okay.
if I am a little groggy, guys, do understand. I do have some coffee.
You'll be fine. The chat's in a good mood today. We've had some fun.
Well, I want to
This
see a guy named XY is liquidity or something like that.
Yeah. No, I think that's just reserved for me.
That's
They
that's when
really
I know
like
I've
trolling
made
me. So I don't know if it's a good mate at that point.
it. Yeah, well, I got
Yeah.
stopped out that short. That short was tragic, man. I had it at the highs all the way down. Yeah, I scaled out and I was holding
Yeah.
3 left for like a further break, and they came all the way back to me. So we'll see what we can get
Yeah.
from here.
Yeah. Maybe overnight, like the ETH view up and then lower, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, I just see the market not wanting to go lower, so I'm not gonna fight that. We'll see
Yeah.
what we can do with chat here.
Brother, I wish you the best of luck. I'll leave you to it.
Thanks, bro.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. Well, only one trade for me so far. It was this short here. It was a nice short too. Worked out real fast. Scaled out a bunch. Scaled out about 70% my position. No, I would say like 60. I had 8 lots on, scaled out 5. Left 3. Came back. So what's up, chat? It is early. Usually not on the mic this early, but what up, Leo? There's a lot of you guys in the chat in the morning. I mean, it makes sense though. Kane's a popular guy, huh? What version of cumulative delta? This is not cumulative delta. This is a tape reader study. So it's basically an aggregate of the time and sales, a historical aggregate. I don't use cumulative delta. Do I think we hit prior day low? It's possible. It's possible. I am not a fan of this move up here. But it's possible. We need to we need to figure out how to extend past the overnight range first before we do anything. So yeah, that's the first thing I'm noting is the IB is put in. We're right back in the middle. Range is kind of small, so I'm really hoping that we can extend. I don't care either way. We can go up, we can go down. Right now the range is super small. We're hitting VWAP soon. What do I usually trade? NQ. I usually trade NQ. If it's slow enough, I think like it might have been 2 years ago. The indices were so slow. I had NQ, ES, gold, oil, the yen, the euro, and nat gas. I was just looking at all of them because it was so slow. Thankfully, I don't have to do that anymore. 5 in the afternoon Europe. Yeah, it's like the opposite here. 12 a.m. in Japan. What up, Curtis? I love Japan. I go every single year. Oh, there's a lot going on in the chat here. Tape study. Yeah, so it's an OFL tool, Order Flow Labs. It's called a tape reader. It's literally just called tape reader. It's the time and sales as like a, some people have the volume histogram here. It's the same thing. It is free, so you can go sign up for that. Heikin-Ashi, yeah, these are Heikin-Ashi candles. Where am I from? I'm from LA, the West Coast. So You can see this stream light is pretty bright right now. It's like washing out my face, but it's because the sun is literally not out yet, guys. So bear with me. Production backstage was like, "You're getting washed out." I'm like, "Well, there's no sun, and if I turn this off, you won't see anything." So yeah, early today, Dan. And then I'm coming back um after this, right? NT Live goes on its break, and I'm back in the afternoon with Nick today. So pulling a double header. This is 500 volume. Yeah. Yeah, Shab, I doubled up. I got double coffee, so it's so early, it's still a little cold. I keep the AC on all the time, so it's a little cold. So I gotta do the Versace robe Bass Pro combo right now. Curtis, nah. Stowe's not on today. He's not on today or tomorrow. I'm covering for him tomorrow, so I'm they're working me this week. Definitely working me this week. Here we are at VWAP. I'd like to fill in the 12s. Let's see if price can get up there a little bit. I want to get more size on this, but I want better risk. So I'm going to keep this a little light for now. One hour IB. IB is always 1 hour for me. I used to do a 30-minute opening range, but I just ended up always using the IB anyway because I'm at desk a little later. Yeah, I hate that I couldn't get more size and I wasn't paying enough attention. But yeah, I'd like it a little closer around the 12s, 13s. There's a bit of a taper on the DOM. So I like to be in at least like 5, 6 lots usually. I'm short now, yeah. I'm only in 3. I'm gonna give it room. If they come back to the 10s and above, give it some room to add more size. But for now, this is what we're working with. So we're getting a nice, decent push here. Scale out 1. So again, this can certainly just hold. They can try to rebid this again, right? This is outside that range. Also, it's not too common that they try VWAP just once, right? And show an offer, which is why I'm being kind of patient with trying to get more size on in a better spot. I'm always risk first. That's why you guys see me with the dollar P&L on my trade entry. It's how I keep my risk in check. Sometimes points don't relay to me as well. Like I don't really respect the risk so much, right? But yeah, I do. Again, I hate that we only got 3 lots on there, but I gotta respect the risk. I would like to have had at least 6. It is what it is. At least we're making some money. We made money off that short earlier. Could have made a lot more. I had 3 waiting for a break. I mean, I was almost 40 points in that trade already with 3 lots left, and they came back. So still, we're gonna have to accept back in this range before I rule out like a possible bounce, hold, and further continuation. So I'm gonna keep this one. If we come back, I will see if we can re-engage short. If not, we'll see. I'm not too big of a fan of longs right now in this market. I'd rather just let it go. What's my target? Break of the IB at least on this one lot. Yeah, if they can give me some nice order flow and price action for further lower, I'll put on more on this. But yeah, we'll sit for now. What's your entry model once we're at VWAP? I'm looking at order flow. I'm looking at the DOM. I want to see orders piling in. Obviously, in this case, you want to see buying pile in, and you want to see a good buildup of an effort, right? I always want to see effort first. And VWAP, there's a lot of liquidity at VWAP, always. You're going to see builds, and I want to see that left behind on the downside. So once there's enough stuck buying, I still want to see price, try it, fail it, all that stuff. And that's when I'll engage with the shorts, when I can see that there's some sort of a lockout on the buying volume. For anyone that's curious about my entry model, it's the same all the time. Every setup, every trade setup, my entry model is the same. It's on my YouTube. If production can do me a favor and plug it in, because I forgot it again. People keep asking about the YouTube. I gotta remember it. I gotta put a post-it what the account name is, but yeah, you'll notice in my videos that I post, it's all the same. My entry model is the same. Also, follow me on Twitter. If you haven't, I think I'm almost at 2K. So, what time frame are we on? This is a 500 volume chart, so it's not time specific. Let me try to. I don't really. So the thing is, I don't really like blowing up my charts too much because I don't want to get lost in the info, right? That's why I always have a bird's eye view. I see everything. I see the whole range and stuff like that. So I don't, I'm patient. I like to keep really tight risk on my trades. As you can see, I liked the trade. I took it, but I took it on like less than half my average size because, well, my risk at the time was more than I would like. So it's an unfortunate thing about trading, but you got to manage that risk. Yeah, trades with Jesse. I appreciate the support, man. Yeah, I mean, VWAP's always tricky. It baits you in if you're impatient, for sure. This is one of the rare occasions where they go to VWAP and they just go the other way. Usually it will spike the other way. Like in this case, you'll get that reoffer and then it'll come back and I'll test it like once or twice more, which is why I held out on adding anything. What are the blue red bars on the right side? Order flow VWAP, blue red bars. This is a delta profile. It's a leg to leg delta profile. So I have it set for it to reset every 50 points. So if we can go 50 points one way, it will reset and start tracking that specific leg. So in this case, it would have been down, but we're coming back up. So the reason you see it all the way from the lows is because since we've made these lows, we haven't rotated 50 points. And so it's still on. So this is an indication that it's not really ready to be over yet. So they're about to come get my runner here. So why did I short? VWAP, and I'm leaning shorts. I think if we're going to break an IB, which we almost always do, it will be the IB low. But at the end of the day, who knows, right? You just manage your risk at areas where the market decides to make a choice. That's where you always want to wait for. You want to wait for the spot where the market is going to make a choice or likely to make a choice, up or down, so that you can, place your trade, manage your risk. And so it's kind of like loaded dice, right? You're playing with loaded dice or a rigged coin where it's a 50-50 chance, but if you're right, you're getting paid a lot more than if you're wrong. Yeah. It's nothing more complicated than that. Super simple. Look back period of the tape reader. It's just a chart. So whatever the look back on the chart is, I think this is 2 days. Trades with Jesse. No, I'm used to it. I've been doing the same thing for so long. I'm used to it. So at the time, yeah, I can just look at where my stop would have needed to be, right? So it would have been up here. That's about 12 points stop. Honestly, I thought I could have afforded myself like a 9 to 7 point stop at the time, so I waited, but I'm always on that. Yeah. Am I anywhere near Silver Lake? Uh, without traffic, I would say like 20 minutes or something. 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I'm out in the suburbs, 626 area code, San Gabriel Valley. So without trying to dox myself too much. Yeah, I'm out there. I used to go to Silver Lake quite often. I used to go to a place called Osen Izakaya. It's a Japanese restaurant. Um, super good. They blew up and the prices also blew up. I saw last time I was there, I think I saw Clay Thompson, or one of the times I was there. Saw Clay Thompson there. A lot of celebrities go there, I think. Dude, chat is much different in the morning than in the afternoon. It's hard to keep up and trade. My apologies, but yeah, exactly. You want to wait for, and they'll call it an area of interest where the market's going to make a choice. You don't know what choice is going to be, but you know that if you're wrong for a lot less than if you're right. Yeah, Shab, you been? Yeah, so me and my buddies, we we got pretty cool with the owner, the head chef, who is now at the Irvine location. And so his sous chef, which is now the head chef, is the guy we always see. Super cool guy. It's so funny. He is not Japanese. He is absolutely Mexican, but they call him Yoshi. And his business card says head chef Yoshi. It's hilarious. But yeah, he's cool. They're good people. The prices definitely got raised. I still go because they hook me up. Um, Micros or minis? I trade minis. The issue with micros for me is I don't give it enough respect with my risk. I'm always going to be like, oh, I can do this or that. I can do this with this much risk. I can average down here, and it just gets out of hand. So, and I like to get out of the markets quicker. So, it's a double-edged sword. You can make more, you can lose more. But because I can get to a profit, I don't want to say target, but I can make a profit amount that I'm more happy with to leave my desk. That's kind of my process, which is why I don't trade. Some days I'm trading like 10 minutes in my morning sessions. Some days it depends on what the market's giving, right? Some days it's an hour. If I'm trading for like 2 hours, things could be better. I'll say that much. Usually my work gets done quick. I like the process. That way. Why do I use Heikin-Ashi? I like that it cleans up price action and it gives a good visual of momentum because when I'm looking to execute, I'm looking at the DOM anyway. And so at a glance, the Heikin-Ashi gives, just it's a cleaner visual for me. It's an easier glance and it keeps the noise out. Um, you're not getting like alternating bars and stuff like that. So, and I do like the way they form. Um, to see thinner bodies and wicks, it's like, indecision, could be a turning point. And if it's like a solid base right here, there's good momentum to the move still. Sometimes I'll trail it. So I do trail stops when I do trail, um, candle by candle. Usually I'm on the 1 minute, but because price and range has been so consolidated, I threw it down to the 500 volume. But usually I am on the 1 minute, to keep more noise out of the way. Yeah, so Dio Leo doesn't use Heikin-Ashi. He is the one who had me interested in Heikin-Ashi, but I'm the only one who uses it now. He abandoned it, but I stuck to it. I went from, normal candlestick bars, um, tick bars into volume bars into Renko bars, which I did like, and then I went to Heikin-Ashi, but I don't think Leo's on Heikin-Ashi anymore. He said, I am still on AGA bars. Okay, he's on Heikin-Ashi. I think it was only me and Leo on Hikanashi. I'm not sure anybody else really adopted it. But before that, I was on Renko. I really did like Renko. And then I switched to Hikanashi and I got used to it. It was weird at first. I mean, it is kind of funky, right? The next bar opens at the middle of the prior bar no matter what. And yeah, it can get a little weird, but what is making those lines? What lines are you talking about? Overnight low? Oh, it's a study. It's an OFL study. It's like an auto plot. It maps it out for you. So I don't have to do it. So the good thing about all of this autoplot stuff is I get to desk whenever I want and everything is plotted for me. It saves me so much time, quality of life boost. To me, that's my favorite part of all the studies in the suite, in the OFL suite for sure. It's the automated plotting. So I can just get to desk, look at it, get a glance, look at the high time frames. Where are we? Where do we come from? Where are we not going? So and so. BC Trader, different platform. Can't show it. Nick. Ah, Nick, this again? Yeah, when me and Stowe are in the same trade, it's a banger. When me and Nick are in the same trade, the market just turns off. Yeah, it's an order flow labs thing. It's called the MGI study. Leo, this is potentially catastrophic. Chat might see the whole crew get blown out, but at least we do it together. What's more fun than losing money with friends, huh, guys? It's a classy way to lose money. We're going to continue on. Hey, look, with our powers combined, this market can push to a new all-time high, blowing us all out. Get Stowe in here. I mean, he's probably out and about. They're doing a nice little family getaway. I I hate that I'm only down to one lot here. I would have at least two or three left if man, I wasn't paying attention to this turn here in the 10s and the 11s, the 12s. That's where I would have liked to be positioned. So it's a bit late. Also, they're holding outside this range too. So thing is, no idea if they're going to hold this range and continue or go back in, accept it and go down. But hey, that's what risk management's for, right? You never know when you're going to be right or wrong, but you can know when or what you allow the market to take from you. What's the saying? You manage your downsides, the upside takes care of itself. Nice hat. Yeah, thanks, man. I bought it because it was $5. They had like all kinds of colors. They got like every color that could be in a crayon pack. But I like wearing black, so yeah, on the checkout, they're smart. They put it like right at the checkout. So like you're waiting in line, you're like, oh, might as well pick one of these up. Yeah. Hey Nick, we should get matching hats, man. Or you can get a different color. Um, it's not looking the best for the shorts. I don't mind it too much since I'm only on one anyway. I'd like to get more on it, but if we do hold this range, it makes me like shorts a lot less, that's for sure. ES looks like it's doing things a little differently than NQ right now. As it's been for like a month. I hate it. Honestly, I hate the divergence between the two. Shields. Yeah. Nick, there's only one thing I do outdoors. There's only one thing I go to Bass Pro for. So does does that store have what I want to buy? How long I've been trading? 2021. Well, 2020. I'm a COVID trader, but future specifically, 2021. Out of that. No, John, I don't fish. I go to a different section of the store, and it ain't fishing. Yeah, I'm not too much of an outdoor person. Don't be fooled by the hat, guys. Are you out in the short? Yeah, it came back to me. I had it at break even, so I'm out of the short. Only had 3 lots on it, took 2 off somewhere along the way down, and then kept one as a runner. That's the loud section. I'm gonna start calling it that. That's a good one. Dude, I know. When I was in Texas, yeah, you got to play with everything, man. Everything we can't have here, you can have there. Yeah, if I'm ever in Dallas, I'll hit you up. Smoke unfiltered. Yes. Yes, I am. Yeah, 24-hour VWAP's going to be hard to cross. It always is, right? It's where there's a lot of resting orders, a lot of liquidity, so it'll be really thick. Like it's a thick book around there on an order flow basis. So it's always tough to get through, but I mean, they offered it the first time, unsurprisingly, and then they just kind of stair stepped it back up. So the weakness is not on the buy side, that's for sure. There's a good amount of buy interest in the market. So although I now hate that I am not long from this higher low here when they started melting up, got paid on 2 shorts. So this one was a nice one. I got full size on this one. Not so much this one. But I'm just in these moments, I'm happy that I'm getting paid while being on the wrong side. To me, I'm on the wrong side. So if I'm in the profit, I am pretty good profits. It's cool with me. Risk management does all the work. Why don't I have a rolling pivot? I have no idea what that even is. Um, and I've got so many, look at my chart. So this green line is a weekly open. I've got so many things on this chart. I don't need another. My framework is heavily revolving around IB. And then I've got the overnight. I've got prior day levels. So everything that I'm seeing now indicates, hey, price is stuck. If it's been 2 hours after market open and we're in the middle of IB and we can't break IB, get ready for, a range day. We're in the overnight range. We're in prior day range. Extension is I wouldn't want to say it's out of the cards, but for now, I'm not gonna try to chase it until the market shows me that it's a possibility. Might take another short here. I do want to see a better taper though, but they did come back up to those 12s that I was looking for. They did come back up there where I wanted my original entry. But this is after holding outside this range. So it's a different story this time around. Came back up 55 lots and then 2. So I might try a short again, but I'm gonna be patient here. See what they do with order flow. Might have been a good spot. We've got ES looks pretty strong, so it's making me hesitant on the short. If they can reject it again here, maybe we'll take it, but I want to see what happens around that same range. New lows or I riot. Yeah, let's see. I'm interested in shorts. I just need some access. So just watching the DOM right now. ES looks strong though. This divergence is the worst. ES 470 lots against the ask there. Yeah, ES is just won't die. It's like grabbing NQ by the collar and dragging it up. Tape is still pretty bid for NQ here too. So hands off for now. 5-minute chart is horrendous. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like you can scan it. Looks like a code you can scan. And the ES is like a wick graveyard. For the past few bars, it's just wicks. Yeah, it's pretty strong. So I'm still open to fading VWAP. I just I want to see the order flow that I would want to see. I just don't really see it yet. So keeping an eye. It's hard for me to lock in on the DOM and look at the chat at the same time. So I apologize. I'll get to it. Still a pretty willing bid on NQ. So I'm not trying to get, I never want to get in front of a willing bid. So if I'm seeing a lot of absorption still, I won't play it. I want to see bid just step off, and they are not stepping off. So trying to keep myself out of trouble. You guys like trend lines? Here, check this out. How do I draw this? Ooh. How's that for a line? Yeah, we do it all. Trend lines, squiggly lines, rectangles. Oh, this is very special line. Very proprietary, very legal. This is secret stuff. You have to pay me for access to this. How much for that line? It's 5,000 a month subscription or 10,000 for the year. Proprietary price modeling also. You won't find it anywhere else. Yeah, look at that. That's what happens if you get in front of a willing bid. Well, we finally got a taper. Offer is stepping in. That's 127 lots right at 11s. Let's see if they can push this down. We'll try it. About a 10-point stop here. Bid is still there, but there's in the 11s to what, the 13s, there's some stuck buying, and just seeing if they can get back up to it. For as long as they can't, I will be open to adding. All right, we're in for 6. If this doesn't slam down here, I'm taking it all off because it ain't gonna work. It's now or never for this trade. I'm giving it 9 points, 9 points risk here. Nick, slam it, man. Hit the bid. You're shorting. What's your confirmation? Just looking at the DOM, there's a big buy attempt into the 10s up to the 13s. They're not very happy right now. So I'm gonna see if the sellers can use that and drive this thing through. So it's on the DOM. If you're wondering how, just go to my YouTube and you will see how. It's the same thing every single time. I don't do different stuff. So I either get a lot of points or I lose 9 points. It is what it is. And we will start to throw some TPs out. One's down. Still holding. Geez, Nick, where are you short from? Like early morning? You guys got that early bird shorts when I was still sleeping. Nick, don't tell him too much, man. That's for our private course, private Discord room. Yeah, well, they're still buying it. Let's see. Got scared out of your shorts. Well, I mean, I think even the shorts might be getting scared out of their shorts right now. I really would not prefer to see it trade the 11s. I might tighten up this risk to like right here, 12.5. I'll give it like 8 points risk because I think if they can trade 12.5, I'm absolutely cooked. All right. Well, a lot has happened in the chat. What's my YouTube link? It's somewhere in the chat up there. They posted it. It's youtube.com/XYZ trades. That's 3 E's. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah, Jesse, there's a filter on chat. You can't post links, so no one sees the link. They delete all. Yeah, there it is. Thanks, production team. Thanks for the support, guys. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. But there was this one day where we were all posting links and none of it was coming through. So. Put another line on top, double line, double profit. Yeah, I mean, Mark, you have to pay extra for those. Yeah, we don't just give those out. It's a premium sub. Guys, can I don't know what likes we're at. I don't know what the average is for a morning session, but I feel like I have to go tell you guys to throw me some likes. This is my first morning stream, and if you guys don't like it, they're gonna ban me forever. Any significance to the name? That's a good question. My first car that I ever wanted that I did end up getting was a 350Z, and that just was my license plate. Yeah, so I'm stopped out of that. If they continue to fail it, I'll get back in. But like I said, if they're trading 12s, don't like it. Don't like it. So I'm glad I got out there. I think it was like an 8-point stop. Too mellow. I'm pretty mellow when I'm trading. Oh, they rejected the 12s again. The bid looks strong still though. Yeah, I think being mellow while you're trading is the key. So I'm back in the shorts. So if this keeps working, we'll put some more on, but we'll sit on 5 for now. We'll see what they do at this proprietary line. Very proprietary. Extremely proprietary. So this was the gaslight model. Gaslight the buyers, you know, and then you fade it. Shoot threes for the Knicks while you're trading. Now I wonder who can. I wonder who gets that analogy. I love basketball, so of course I get it. Guys, we're in for 7. If this goes against me, I will start de-risking. If not, we got 7. So when I'm adding into a working trade, I am definitely looking to potentially have to de-risk too if price comes back. When I'm adding, it needs to happen. That's my idea. It's got to happen. If not, I'm taking off the ads, so on and so forth. So we do see a reloading offer, which is cool and all, but they're being absorbed for now. I need to see some continuation. If they can continue, there's a lot of buying in these 04s. To me, the tell would be if they can get underneath that buying, but as of now, not so much. But yeah, so I like to see unrewarded effort. Right now, it's in the 04s. A lot of buying, a lot of selling, but a lot of buying. So I'm gonna peel off some risk there. Put risk back on if we can trade like 02, 01. Because I'm eyeing the 04, 03s right now. All right, we're in for 8 lots, guys. And my proprietary line has been broken, so we'll see where we go. Lose small, win big. Let's hope this is the case. Do I trade the Russell? No, never. For indices, it's NQES. So I'm willing to add more if we can hold up here. If not, flatten it out. See what the market wants to do. Oh sevens, a lot of buying those sevens right now. Yeah, I'm flattening that. You short? Damn, I'm in long. Congrats on the long. One. Yeah, so if you guys see this line, it didn't quite work. I know, Nick. What are they doing? Is it my fault every time I'm on, we're in like a 20-point range? All right, so I gave back half of my daily profit so far. That sucks trying to short this. Still like the short. Still like the short. ES is rolling over too, man. I want to get higher prices. Let's see if they can go up a little bit. Yeah, ES. I mean, ES is cooperating a little better than NQ, I'd say so. I mean, I really would like to see NQ get a little higher up right now so that I can get better positioning on this. Do you trade live daily? Uh, NT Live, I am on Tuesday, Wednesday in the afternoons. Usually I am, unless I'm covering or today is like a one-off morning session. Um, and then I stream in the OFL Discord twice as well, Tuesday, Friday, live trading and stuff, like live stream. So I do in different places, but all right, let's give this 6 points-ish on the stop. What's the definition of insanity? Shorting VWAP over and over? Fishing vibe is mellow. The gun show. I don't fish. I don't fish. Yeah. I go for the loud section, as they call it. Very trappy. Oh yeah. Crabtree, I'm not a Knicks fan, so it's funny. I live in LA, but I'm a Spurs fan. Yeah, this is my last short attempt here. This would be almost 70% of my profit on the day washed away on this on these short attempts. So playoff team, I mean, I hope so, but we'll see. We'll see. It's looking good. It's looking good. I'll say that much. That De'Aaron Fox trade was a great deal, a steal. Now we got Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox, backcourt. Good pickups. Cornette was a good pickup too. What is the loud section? You buy stuff that you need to wear ear protection to use. West is loaded. Yeah, West is super loaded. Even Houston right now. They got off that Jalen Green contract for KD. Like, so yeah, KD's old and stuff, but that Jalen Green contract wasn't that great. Wasn't that great? Houston's, yeah. I don't think no, Kyrie is not going to play because he just tore his ACL. That was this season, right? So Kyrie's out, which sucks. Because what Kyrie, AD, Cooper Flag, Klay Thompson, that's gonna be that would be tough. Um, what else? Uh, Pacers in the East. I mean, the Sixers are just in like limbo. It's yeah. But dude, OKC got those guys are young. I mean, they're barely starting to lock them up on big contracts right now, right? It's looking good. It's looking good. How long I've been trading? Mm, 5 years, a little over 5 years. So about over Luca. So you're a Mavs fan, Dan? You must hate Nico Harrison, the worst GM the league has ever seen. So as you guys can see, this proprietary line, it's not doing proprietary things here. Never trust a trend line, y'all. Favorite album? Oh man. Favorite album. That's tough. That's tough because a lot of them are like West Coast rap albums from the 90s. But alternatively, I also really did like the Jay-Z Linkin Park collab album because I'm a huge, huge Linkin Park fan. Also Jay-Z. So that album was cool. Um, yeah, that's hard. Even Jay-Z, Jay-Z's got some really good albums. Let's Fly Long. Yeah, I think they're gonna sweep this and I'll die with it, but yeah. Trend line on a TikTok is more sin. I mean, truth be told, guys, I don't really use or draw trend lines. It was more of a joke, and as you can see, it's kind of a joke. It doesn't really do anything for me. Um, so I was up many, many thousands. Now I'm only up 1,200 on the session, and I blame you guys. We don't trust you. That's all right. I think a really good album was the what was it called? What a Time to Be Alive with Future and Drake. That was a really good album. Yeah, too many of us are short, man. Me, Leo, Nick. Hybrid Theory. Yeah, Hybrid Theory is really good. Meteora. I even liked that Reanimation album. Honestly, Linkin Park is like they could do no wrong by me. Until like their later albums. I don't really care about that too much. But yeah, like 90s rap, obviously the R&B is really good. I mean, you don't really get R&B anymore. It's really just pop disguised as R&B, right? Like the Chris Browns and the Trey songs. Looks like ES wants to drive it up now too, finally. Yeah, guys, if it wasn't for this short right here, I'd be certainly red right now. This padded my P&L pretty heavy. Play video games. Run 2K. No. I used to the last 2K I played was 2K5. Um I was spamming the Raptors. What was like that 2001 Raptors team was was the team. So my favorite team is the Spurs, but my favorite player of all time would be Vince Carter. At the time, I mean, dude, he was the next Michael Jordan. Steady climb up. Yeah. If VWAP's not going to hold this, gonna go see the weekly open, all that stuff. I mean, I'm calling it a day. I'm gonna sit on the profits that I have for now and see you guys in the afternoon, see what we can do. But if they're gonna stick me in a 20-point range again, I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Hotkeys, Richie Rich. Yeah, Vince Carter, dude, what a time that was, man. Illmatic, yeah, Illmatic is a really good album, man. LeBron or MJ? It's MJ. I should have worn my Space Jam hat. The original Space Jam, the only real Space Jam. Do you hotkey only enterprise? Yeah, so my limit order hotkeys, it's like 25 points away from price, and then I can move it, right? But for my entries, it's market order. It's because I don't have a DOM up here. Usually I like to click in on the DOM, but I don't have one for NinjaTrader, so market orders it is. Yeah, I should have wore the Space Jam hat for more vol, huh? Yeah, I'll do that next time. Dude, if T-Mac stayed in Toronto, they could have had at least one chip, I think. But I get why he left. You know, you don't want to be in Vince Carter's shadow, which he kind of was at the time. And then he just flourished in Houston. And then what? Orlando. I haven't seen LeBron's Space Jam. I don't really intend to. But weekly open. Leo, you still here? You're short. Are you shorting the weekly open, Leo? Gonna try it. Yeah, weekly open's always a good spot. I might get into some, but I think I want to see a taper first. They're still bidding this pretty heavy.
Hey,
I
XYZ.
mean, they're bidding this heavy. What's up, Jim?
How you doing, man?
Doing all right. Gave back a lot of my profits on the day, but
Hmm.
what can you do?
Well, this is your debut, early morning debut with NinjaTrader Live, so that's okay.
Well, this is my main session that I trade, so well, I hope no one got into that short.
Yeah, it's been a little resilient, man. But you're doing double duty. I mean, and you're naming a bunch of musical bands I've never heard of. It was a rough morning.
The 90s. You were around in the 90s.
Yeah, I know, I know. I know who Linkin Park is. That was the one. I know them.
Yeah, they were awesome.
Yeah, very awesome. So thanks for doing this for sure. I know it's a new slot for you, but appreciate you being here and being responsive to the chat as usual. And you're doing double duty today. This is going to
Yep.
be XYZ squared today.
Yep, with Nick later in the afternoon.
All right, all right. Well, listen, I'm looking forward to that for sure. I appreciate you being here for sure, and get some rest, and we'll be with you this afternoon.
For sure, for sure.
All right, all right. Let's grab my screen here. Do a really quick edge report here at the end of the morning session. What great guests we had today. Appreciate everybody coming, being here today on a Wednesday. We've seen some stuff. Let's start with the E-mini S&P off the bat here. I got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all kind of framed within the 30-minute candle chart right now. And today's been an interesting day. This weekly high, we took it out with a wick, but sellers brought us right back down, right? So we don't really have a substantive body of a candle closed above that weekly high yet, which is telling me, okay, there's a lot of resistance there. And you got that Jax 2 level right there. It's 63.75, and it lines up really nicely with the R2 level on the daily pivot today. So that's kind of two areas of interest. And then right below that, by a couple of ticks, is the initial balance high for the E-mini S&P. So we're going to see a lot of resistance up there for sure. But just to drill in a little bit more here, let's see what other kind of levels that we have. Yeah, this looks great, this big rally here, but let's see. Wow, that just happened, didn't it? We got to get to Jax 4. Jax 4 is at 30, 60. Did I have my chart like off the screen like this? How did I miss that? Nice move up. We did break through the weeklies, so everything I just said, forget about it. We are rocking and rolling. 63.90 is the next Jax level here. After that, we have that one-day max for Menthor Q at 64 even. And then we have a couple more targets even further up. We got a blind spot 1, and these blind spot 1s are part of the Menthor Q suite. Uh-oh. Hang on, everybody. We're restarting the screen share. See if this goes. I don't know where we lost it, but we'll go over again one more time. Targets of the upside, Jax 4, 63.90. We have a one-day max at 64 even. We have a blind spot 1 which is a Menthor Q secret sauce level at 64.07.5, and then that R3 up here at 64.10. If you're bear, I don't know if I'd want to be a bear right this very second because we are showing some strength. Maybe a news event came out, I don't know. But the point of control here, the official point of control, is at 63.59 3/4. This is actually a really nice volume distribution on the session. I know its bias is skewed to the bottom side, but it could act as a target later on today, perhaps. We are trading firmly above that VWAP at this point. This is the session VWAP. And then we do have a target down here, 0 DTE call resistance at 63.50. By comparison, let's just look at the Russell 2000. I know XYZ is like, I'm not trading that. I hear you. I hear you, brother. But this is also a decent market to consider. Small cap stack, maybe a little bit rougher around the edges, but we're doing pretty good here. I mean, we're up over 1% today at 95,000 contracts traded right now. And we have some, if all these stock index futures are moving systematically today, we have some good targets up here. We have that Jax 4 target at 22.90, and then that one-day max right above that at 22.91. Above that, nothing but open sky until you get all the way to R3 at 23.18.8. For the bears here, we got that call resistance level. That's a pretty good gamma level right there at 22.80. Notice the official point of control is a little bit higher here on this chart than it is on the E-mini S&P chart, 22.84, reflecting the relative strength in the Russell 2000 today. Yeah, we have a competing double distribution down here as well, so keep that in mind, and that's right toward the high of the London initial balance as well. So that's kind of the story of the Russell 2000. Lastly, but not leastly, let's shoot over to Dr. Copper because there is stuff happening with Dr. Copper. Where are we at here? Here we go. Let's just go to a daily really quickly here. Let's let this reset. And all right, so benchmark candle, consolidation, triangle breakout, continuation buying coming up right here. And what do we have here? We have this target wick. We wick through the target wick, right? So that target wick was achieved, and that's where I drew that blue line across 5 spot 8955. And, we're trading pretty close to an extension level, a 50% extension level, 5.9135. The next extension level up, I mean, it's nothing but empty sky other than this, is 6 spot 0227. So Dr. Copper is definitely on the move. And intraday, there's all sorts of gamma lines and all sorts of areas of interest. Right now, we're trading right at that one-day max from Menthor Q, 5 spot 86. Fisher, this is a wonky volume profile. There's just two I don't know, staticky for me to really say, well, this official point of control is important. Instead, I'm going to focus on the session VWAP, and it's right at R1 right now. This is my line in the sand for whether bears are in charge or bulls are in charge. Right now, bulls are in charge, but we're testing this R1 level at 5.8335. We'll see if we survive that or not. So that is the midday edge report. Appreciate everybody being here with us today. NinjaTrader Live, great session. Looking forward to the afternoon session. Hot commodities with Shy Girl is going to be, that's at 2:30. And then right after that, Order Flow Labs are going to come back. And I think XYZ is going to like try to get some revenge here, and he'll be trading for sure, along with Nick for a tick right after hot commodities. So appreciate everybody today. Take it easy. Get a nice lunch. Get some rest. Come back strong. Thanks for being part of NinjaTrader Live. See you soon.